Okay, the mic is on. Let's go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to a stream. It's Tuesday. I'm live. Can we please pretend like the last week did not happen? Can we... y'all don't understand how badly I need that. Can we please just pretend like last week, last Sunday through Saturday period just didn't occur? Because it was actually really stressful. And I missed... Well, I still posted, but I missed every single stream. And, I'm still really exhausted mentally, but that's okay because I'm here now. Everything is fixed. I no longer have... Someone said, how's your apartment? I'll tell you in a second, but just know there's no major damage or anything like that. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, or maybe you missed my video last week, essentially there was just random water damage in my apartment. I guess the faucet in the kitchen sink... I actually still don't understand what exactly happened, but the faucet in the kitchen sink went awry, and because I didn't know that things were happening in the cabinet under my kitchen sink, that's not somewhere I commonly check. Apparently this leak was going on all night to the point where I have like wooden floorboards or like faux wood floor panels. Water was seeping up through the floorboards, and the issue was because, again, I still didn't realize it was a leak. I would just see like a spot of water on the floor and just be like, I don't get it. Like, it's not coming from above me. I didn't spill anything. I wasn't thinking that water was literally rising up through the floorboards, especially when like I don't live on like a bottom floor. So that was pretty bad. They had to come in and essentially replace the entire faucet. I didn't have running water in my kitchen for a while, which is fine. Like, I was fine, obviously. And it did minor damage to some things that I had on the floor that I guess I shouldn't have had on the floor. It got all the way in here being my recording space because it's actually adjacent to the kitchen, which is really stressful, but thankfully none of my equipment was actually messed up. But yeah, now my apartment is just a mess because we had to move everything so that they could roll in these big like dehumidifiers and fans that they just had blowing constantly. Because here's the problem. You don't want water just sitting around in like wooden surfaces or whatever, because what you're going to have is mold. And mold is almost worse than water damage because it's very dangerous and bad for your health and it's hard to detect. And a lot of times when you have mold, you just have to destroy whatever the mold itself is already destroying. So all week, the fans are going. All week. And they told me, do not turn these off until Monday, being yesterday, if you don't want mold. And so I didn't. So it's just been nothing but for like literally a week. But I guess that's a small price to pay because honestly, a lot of people deal with water damage and it's like not something you can bounce back from in a week. So I did kind of get lucky. But yeah, I am still going to have people come out and check for mold, obviously, now that this is all done, just to make sure there's no lasting issues. But it's been a week, y'all. It's been a week. Somebody said, I lived in a basement ridden with mold for 7 to 8 years. I feel fantastic. Let's go. I'm glad you happen to feel good. I don't want to find out what that's like, so I will be aiming for a very mold-free environment. Someone said those fans are so loud and overstimulating, but definitely better than mold. Yeah, the overstimulation was the main problem for me. I literally just could not stay in here. Like, I'm sorry. I had to dip, bro. No. But anyways, we're good now. We're good now. Don't mind me turning on my mini fan. Okay, there we go. We're so back. Anyways, someone said I'm earlier than usual. Yeah, you may be just in time. We have a few topics today. Oh, it's my glasses. I haven't seen myself on camera in a while, so I'm like, what is that? But it's literally just me. We have a few topics today, including some good news. I feel like good news is fun. Do we like good news? It's not all just me having water damage that we had to fix over the week, and that's why I missed every single stream, which I'm still mad about. But you know what? Simultaneously, I am also trying not to be mad at myself for missing streams because I checked my content page in YouTube Studio just to post a video. And do you know what I saw? Do you know what I noticed in my content page? I have posted 48 videos this year. Can we let that sink in for a second? I'm gonna be really cringe and annoying about this, but I do want to kind of make a big point about this. I posted 48 commentary videos this year. It's what is it? It's May 12th. It's only May 12th. We're not even halfway into the year. And yeah, there's literally just 48 different topics. Do you want to learn about, I don't know, Glambot guy? Do you want a goofy video about some annoying YouTuber? Do you want me talking about celebrity pets? Like, I've been grinding, dog. Grinding. So when I saw that, I felt a little less annoyed that I have missed some days against my will when I've wanted nothing but to continue going. But yeah, 48 videos is no slouch. Don't sleep on me. Like, I really am trying to do my job out here, y'all. I'm trying to do my job. Anyways, someone said 2 years ago was literally a new video every day. Okay, that was crazy. I don't support that. There was a point, yes, where I posted, I think 70 or 80 videos in a row. That was too much. There was a lot going on there. But no, this is a cadence I'm mostly fine with. I think it's the perfect amount of nonsense. But with that being said, I'm happy to tell you that trying to open my computer in a God-honoring way. Okay, let me pull it up. You would think I would have all of this bookmarked, but I don't, and I don't care. Yeah, Smosh posted. Yay! It happened while I was gone, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I can't even tell people about this because I can't go live right now. But yes, 5 days ago, in the midst of my water damage fiasco, Smosh on their Smosh Alike YouTube channel posted "Why Are Weddings This Hard?" featuring D'Angelo Wallace and Elise Willems. Oh my gosh, it's a 49-minute sort of podcasty video where we're talking about weddings for some reason. I did not pick the topic. I was just there for a good time. But yeah, it finally happened. Yay. I mean, like, in real life, this happened a long time ago, but as you all know, if it's not an MP4 file on the internet, it didn't actually occur. So finally, as of 5 days ago, I've actually been on Smosh in 2026. And can I just say, or I would be able to, their lighting eats. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna, I'm gonna have to, like, make this bigger. Listen, I know that my lighting eats to some extent. I have a budget for these things, but I don't have Smosh's budget. Let me tell you right now, the confidence boost it was seeing myself under Smosh's budget. I was like, oh, if I had big money, I would be looking like a celebrity. Because I'm sorry, I just look so good under these lights. Everybody does. That's the point of lighting like this, is to be maximally flattering to all of the guests. But yeah, hold on. Let's get a close up. I made sure my head was like extra bald in this video. I wanted to give shiny. Okay, it's such a long video. I can't even find a close up of me. Oh, here I am. Here he is. What's he talking about, chat? What's he yapping about? It doesn't matter at all. Probably something stupid. But yes. Hello, let's go. I'm so happy about this. I think the main thing that I tried to do before showing up. Someone said your skin is glowing. Thank you. That was the main thing. I was like, every single night, face wash, retinol, PM moisturizer, every single morning, face wash, vitamin C, brightening serum, AM moisturizer. After every single meal, it's like wiping off excess grease, not touching my face. That was the main one. I had to make sure I was not touching my face with my hands. I was like, I am not going to show up to Smosh's super HD 4K crazy, like, space cameras when I have not done my absolute best to have clear skin, and I feel like I nailed it. I do feel like I'm actually glowing in this video. But yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out. It was just a great conversation. Someone said I'm washing my face right now. Let's go. Someone said the tattoos are tattooing. Yeah, I actually have even more that would have been visible if we had recorded this now, but again, time isn't real, so it's not real. Anyways, what What else do we got? What else do we got? Someone said you're one of the people who inspired me to be glowing, and my fave, def looking better. Yeah, like that's or my face is definitely looking better. That's the thing. Like you shouldn't be flawless. Again, I could get right up in the camera, and we could all see my acne scars or whatever the heck is going on in my face. But I want to glow as much as possible. It don't matter if you got a face full of red acne, you could still glow. It don't matter if you got a face full of scars or marks. Is you doing your best? That's the only thing I'm looking for. Anybody can glow with any amount of quote unquote blemishes, even though I don't really consider acne to be a blemish because it's just a thing that happens to human beings. But yeah, so yeah, we should all be trying to glow as much as possible. But I did get very lucky. I got very lucky. And I will tell you this. Someone said sunscreen is key. Yes, when I say AM moisturizer, for me that includes SPF. It's in my stuff that I use. I will say this though, I was a little bit superstitious. On that day when I woke up and I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, my skin is so clear, I'm not gonna wash my face. So I didn't wash my face that morning because I got scared. I was like, what if this is the one time I wash my face in the morning and then my skin has randomly changed like on a molecular level and it hates my wash and then I break out? So I probably should have, but it's okay. I had literally just washed it the night before. I swear to God, I'm not gross. I was otherwise clean, but I was very like, dude, I can't ruin my face. I can't do it. Someone said real. Yeah, let's go. Someone said they can't wait to hear what you have to say about James Charles. Yeah, not much. Oh, chat, I don't want to get your hopes up, by the way. If you the reason I only put 3 words in this title about James Charles, including ragebait, is literally just because it's just ragebait. We can talk about that now. Our main topic for the day is the Met Gala, but why not get this out of the way? I had briefly, hold on, let me clean this up so it's not just 50,000 tabs and bookmarks. I had briefly considered actually making a video about James Charles's nonsense, but then I realized that what he was doing is quite literally just rage bait. So if you were right now to search for James Charles by itself, you will see top stories. James Charles apologizes after rant about Spirit Airlines worker. Now listen, all of this is calculated. Even the fact that this person was a Spirit Airlines worker, all calculated on James's part. And here's what I mean by that. Right now, Spirit Airlines is already like trending because, well, of going defunct. Yeah, budget carrier Spirit Airlines goes out of business. So this was like a commercial flight airline that is no more, and they were known for having cheap flights and stuff. And there was this like sort of campaign to try to pledge to do a Spirit Airlines part 2. Everybody was talking about it. So I think it's no surprise that somebody who had worked at Spirit Airlines and was laid off apparently reached out to James Charles asking for help. And his response to her was so incredibly off-putting and just, it's ridiculous. I don't have the original video because he deleted it. Let's see. Oh, eOnline doesn't work for some reason on my computer and I don't know why. Hold on, here we go. Let's go to people.com. Why not? James Charles sparks backlash after calling laid off Spirit Airlines employee a lazy POS for asking for a donation. Again, I need y'all to take my word for this. The name James Charles by itself is literally so irrelevant that that's not enough to actually wind up with a Google News tab just by searching it. Which is also why, if I was to do this now, despite there still being continued allegations against him of the grooming and all these other things that he's admitted to doing, has no remorse for, and will continue to do for as long as he's platformed, the only thing that's coming up is a Spirit Airlines thing, and it's literally only because it has Spirit Airlines in the headline. So he singled out somebody who was actually going to get him some sort of clout, even though he definitely probably has multiple people like this in his inbox. And yeah, he went on his spam TikTok account basically just ranting and raging about how this person was lazy, how people lose their jobs all the time, and how welcome to the real world. Let's see, how much of this does People Magazine have for us? You're a lazy POS and you're entitled, Charles said. And the time that it took you to copy and paste that same effing message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs. Says James Charles, whose job has not been under any threat for what? The entirety of the 2020s, I think, and even some of the late 2010s. People lose their jobs every effing day, the makeup mogul added in the 2-minute tirade. Welcome to the real world. The video drew swift criticism from those who claimed that Charles had been insensitive to those who were struggling to find employment, and the following day he returned to let people know that he had taken down the original post. It was definitely a harsh choice of words, maybe not my best video, and I deleted it, he admitted in a follow-up, which is also still deleted, even the follow-up, because in that one he still said he still stands behind the message of the initial video, quote-unquote 10 toes down, explaining the reason I made that video yesterday, though, was a lot of people these days do not have a make-it-work mentality. They have no desire to actually put in the effort to try to fix problems and get themselves out of a situation. Is this a part where I say, is this a part where I say, no matter how much James Charles believes himself to have a make it work mentality that seems to separate him from the jobless masses, it literally could have just been a butterfly flapping its wings a long time ago, and he himself would have been the one needing to ask famous people online for help if nobody had ever paid attention to his makeup tutorials in the first place. Like, this is so odd. I think to be famous for being an influencer of all things, which is so dramatically luck based, in addition to the hard work that you have to do, and to imply essentially that other people who are struggling, somebody who had a job at an airline, these are the ones who don't have a make it work mentality. Somebody who was literally going to work every single day before their job was taken away, saying that they are not the ones putting in the effort, etc., etc. Someone said, trying to sound like a Kardashian. Yeah, like, this is such a stupid response in the first place. Also, like, James Charles was definitely a product of being in the right place at the right time anyway. I'm not saying he has no talent, but I don't know, dog. Come on. Somebody said somebody who never worked in the workforce. Yeah, literally, like, he has been an influencer since he was a teenager. This is the last person that people need to be telling, that needs to be telling people about putting in effort to try to fix problems and get themselves out of a situation. He says, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for help. In my personal opinion, though, it should be a last resort. I think that this is very telling, actually. Very, very, very telling that, like, incredibly rich people like James Charles, they do on some level realize that other people do need help, their help, actually. And yet, it should be a last resort, and that you should literally have to struggle for it. You should have to. And by the way, what is getting laid off not a last resort? But no, like, this is so interesting. This is, how does he know what was or was not a last resort for this person? Anyways, later that day, he deleted that follow-up and put up a quote-unquote apology, saying that his first video was rude, obnoxious, privileged, and completely effing unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day. But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. I could, because the fact that I'm talking about this right now. I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it. He continued. I bashed her, and it was obnoxious. He felt awful because it came across as privilege. Let me tell you this, by the way. All of this being the initial I stand 10 toes down, and actually I feel so bad, literally happened on the same day. Can I get a P? Give me an E. Give me an R. Formative, or however the heck you spell performative. Like, that was too many letters, but you get my point. I really appreciate anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video letting me know how insensitive it was. I really needed to hear that, and I really needed to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping. God, do they have his apology? Oh, here he is. By the way, okay, I have to answer.
Lost her job at Spirit Airlines, and she sent me a message with a GoFundMe link asking me to donate. And
okay.
The video was basically me yelling at the camera, being super upset and
there's another
frustrated.
captcha.
This person had never followed me, never supported me before, and it was clear that she had basically copied and pasted this.
Is this hell? Me performing multiple captchas to try to get into the TikTok web browser while James Charles prattles in the background giving a fake apology? What is wrong with this website?
Most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary.
Why? Okay, well, you know what? Maybe this is a sign that we just didn't need to see the apology, but you can sort of take my word for it. What I was trying to point out was, for some reason, he recorded this entire thing literally shirtless in bed. Couldn't even bother to get dressed, couldn't even bother to sit up straight, but is the one telling other people that they are lazy, entitled, and not hardworking, etc. This is just so bad, dude. So bad. Anyways, he's gotten a little bit of clout off of this because I think it's such a strange concoction of things that make absolutely no sense. One of the formerly most popular influencers coming after an individual anonymous employee of an airline. Just the fact that he immediately backtracked in mere hours. All of these things have come together to get people talking. They're having a very strong and quick reaction to this. And I did too. My very first thought was like, yeah, I'm going to talk about this. But then I really sat back and I was just like, Spirit Airlines, a level of out of touch that is not actually possible to have. I understand and agree that James Charles is out of touch, but let me tell you this right now. It's not humanly possible that he's so out of touch. He didn't know the original video was going to be received poorly. Duh. What else struck me as very incredibly odd about it? Oh, just the fact that this was the first time I had seen James Charles's name escape the breach of other people criticizing him for grooming minors and all these other things that he's done. I was like, dude, I'm not falling for this. I'm not making a James Charles video in the year of our Lord 2026 just because he said something stupid. So no, continue to languish in near obscurity for the love of God. Like, I'm not doing it. It's just rage bait, chat. It's just rage bait. And I know that I talk about a lot of things that are literally just rage bait, but in this specific case, it wouldn't even be a fun video. It would just be so pointless. So screw James Charles forever. Also, can I just say, since we're here, this has nothing to do with like grooming or anything. James Charles, what? I don't know. We'll just go to his Instagram or something. I just want to say maybe his channel wouldn't be struggling so much if he figured out how to move past the exact same makeup that he's been doing since he was a child. I think that every time I see James Charles and he remains frozen in time with the exact same skill level that at one point was incredibly impressive for a teenage boy, but at this point is like the same tired looks that everybody has been doing for the past 10 years. And I'm like, you're not even putting in effort to like improve your craft or keep up with what people are actually doing with makeup. And you're essentially famous because of things that happened a long time ago that you will probably always have notoriety over. And you were the one telling other people that they need to work harder. Like when you were actually just repeatedly doing the same 3, 4, or 5 makeup looks over and over and getting hype from literal 8 to 12-year-olds who are just unaware of your controversies or too young to actually care. I'll never be truly happy until James Charles's channel and career on the internet is gone, is dead. And I realized too that like I can't have my cake and eat it too. I want all of us to stop with this, but me putting out a video called James Charles did this thing that I don't need to be talking about isn't conducive to my goal of this dude going away forever. So I'm leaving it right here on the stream. We ain't editing this. We ain't giving this any more attention. You certainly can if you want to, but no, like, bro, get this groomer out of here. Please. I'm so tired. I'm sleepy. It's insane. I'm using goofy sounding words like tired and sleepy, but I don't know. What why are we still here? Just to suffer? God. Anyways. Reading chat. Sometimes I hate that people are praising his stuff or his bad take, like we are so far gone. Oh, that too, by the way. I did see people literally say that, like, they agreed with what James was saying about that person being... Actually, wait, I might even be able to find that. Hold on. I literally may be able to find that. Okay, I may not be able to find it, but I swear to God, when I was briefly considering talking about this, I literally saw people saying, I agree, or I don't know, I didn't think you were that wrong or whatever. It sounds like since then, people who are not his fans have found this, because now, oh, here it is. I thought you were right. 8,000 likes, 9,000 likes. I don't know. I was low key on your side. Chat, I don't think you should ever really low key be on the side of an influencer versus an anonymous airline employee. You're probably on the wrong side. But yeah, no, people will just excuse anything, I guess. I guess. Someone said, I wonder if he view bots or if people truly support him to that degree. I personally believe it's mostly just children. I know there's a lot of talk about James Charles potentially view botting, but I feel like based off of how popular his TikTok is and the numbers that he pulls there, the traffic that I see on YouTube is not completely abnormal to me. It doesn't read as fake. I just think it's just mostly kids, which is incredibly frustrating when you think about how it was mostly kids that were the ones coming forward and saying he was grooming them or sending them explicit messages or trying to obtain the explicit messages by using his platform as an influencer, etc. Gross. Somebody said absolutely he's fighting his tribe and they love him for legitimizing the worst impulses. Well, that's another thing too, is like he's part of this larger trend of people who on YouTube caught flack, the flack they actually deserved, and were like, wow, I'm going to TikTok. And that's how you have him still flourishing, James Charles. You have David Dobrik not really facing any sort of repercussions for anything. Jeffree Star, did y'all know he's doing really well on TikTok? Were y'all aware of this? All you have to do is go somewhere where it is so incredibly difficult to have a nuanced conversation about anything, and that is how you can pull 2 million views, 1 million views, 4 million views, 1 million views, 3 million views, 5 million views. Like Jeffree be killing it on TikTok, and really view counts are all that matter. As long as you're getting millions of views on your content, you can still get sent makeup, you can still do promotions, you can still sell your makeup directly to your consumers. So like, some of these celebrities are real lucky that TikTok even exists in the first place, and that nobody wants to hold anybody accountable over here. Like if I make a video over here and I'm like, Jeffree Star still sucks in 2026, that has nothing to do with TikTok. He can post as if nothing on YouTube ever happened, and the audacity of it all is just wild, man. It's wild. But alas, like, what can you really do? What can you do? Someone said I've blocked Jeffree pretty much on all platforms. I've been blocked by Jeffree on Twitter, so that's my only flex regarding him. I wonder if I'm still blocked, low key. I'm gonna check. Chat, curiosity is getting the best of me. I think I still have my original Twitter account, but I don't exactly know how to get into it. Hold on. Add an existing account. Okay, wait. I want to see if I'm still blocked on Twitter by Jeffree Star. Or is he even on Twitter anymore? I literally have no idea. Enter my password. I think this is my password. Oh, I don't think that was my password. Okay, hold on. maybe this is my password, chat. Oh no. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to get into my actual Twitter account, which is sad. That sucks. Did I delete my Twitter? No way. I don't think I did. Hold on. I'm going to try one more thing and we'll see if it works. Do I just not have a Twitter anymore? x.com/D'Angelo. No. Okay, well, you know what? Just take my word for it. Just take my word for it. Yes, I'm blocked by Jeffree Star on Twitter, probably. No, I don't know how to get back into this account, and I literally have no intention of doing so. Also, by the way... I did have 250,000 followers on Twitter. I get sad over that platform because it wasn't all bad. I don't think the 250,000 people that were following me on Twitter for my garbage takes were all essentially like, well, Nazis. I certainly was having fun talking to my own people there, and a lot of people were having a lot of fun on Twitter before Elon Musk happened. I was a pretty big Twitter user, and I was proud of my platform, even though I did tweet too much, like everybody. Yeah, someone said Twitter was so peak. Dude, I had so much fun on Twitter. I'll forever be sad, but like whatever garbage nostalgia I have over it is not enough to justify me wanting to actually spend time on this platform. No, thank you. I'm good. Someone said Black Twitter was the best. Black Twitter, oh god, it's so good, so good. So many little pockets of Twitter that were honestly peak, but that's okay. We don't need y'all no more. We truly don't. No. Someone said, no, this is before everything went sideways. I followed you on there. See, you remember if you follow me on there, like we were talking about some interesting stuff on Twitter, I feel. Now, I still tweeted too much. I still posted too many tweets in the day, multiple, and I was on there all the time. And I'm actually very glad that I don't do that. I'm very glad that I don't do that. Someone said, D'Angelo, what's your Tumblr? I don't think I have a Tumblr. Now, just so you know, I've had many Tumblrs over the years. I've had a lot of Tumblr accounts. Do you want to know what my most embarrassing Tumblr account was? I don't remember what I named it. No, I don't even think I want to say. I don't even think I want to say. I'm not going to. But yes, I've been on Tumblr. Or maybe, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna tell you. I was a teenager. I was a teenager. You absolutely can judge me for this. I'm giving you permission to judge me for this. But as a teen, I did essentially run a Bayonetta fan page on Tumblr. It was just like gifs of her from the game, or like cool weapons, or like boss fights. I especially liked, well, I don't know why I'm telling you this. If you don't know what Bayonetta is, good. If you do, you're probably thinking less of me right now, but you know what? I did what I had to. I was on there like clockwork, just looking for the best Bayonetta posts, reblogging them. I think that's what you call it on... No, what do you call it on Tumblr when you whatever. I was retumbling them. And then... my family found my Bayonetta Tumblr account. And it was just all these gifs of this video game character in her skin tight suit doing all these poses. And I was trying to explain to them, like, okay, I know how this looks. I know how this looks. I swear to God, I just think the game has cool, and it was over for me. It was so over. Dude, it was so over. So then I got traumatized a little bit. I got traumatized and I stopped using Tumblr. Also, what I did not know how to explain, does anybody relate to this? Sometimes when you're dealing with people who are like older than you, like maybe much older than you on the internet, and you show them something, they think that you made it. Do you have that experience, like maybe with a parent or a grandparent or an uncle? Like you're like, hey, look at this thing on the internet, and they're like, oh, did you make this? I didn't know how to explain to my family, my superiors, my familial superiors, I didn't make any of the stuff on this Tumblr. I just found these pictures and assembled them. I'm not like streaming the game and clipping it and making GIFs and animations. Like I didn't make any of this stuff. But yeah, they thought, I guess on some level, that I was obsessed with Bayonetta to the point where I made a bunch of GIFs and I was running this like shrine. It basically was that, but I didn't make any of the stuff on there. But yeah, no, that was my last time sort of engaging with that was my last time engaging with Tumblr in any sort of major capacity. Some of the familial superiors. Hey, we all got them sometimes. You got to answer to family unit 001, 002. You got to do what you got to do. Someone says, for some reason, my mom thinks I know everyone on my screen. Yeah, no, for real. Someone said, this is so grim. Yeah, it was a time, but that's okay. We've really learned and grown. And you know what helped me a lot? Even though that was a stressful period, obviously, obviously, it helped. And that from then on, my fam kind of just gave up on me. Like the idea of me having like normal tastes or interests or not coming across as a weird person, they didn't care anymore. The Tumblr account full of Bayonetta posts, it pushed them over the edge. And so after that time, they walked past me doing the craziest stuff ever, and they're just like, sure, of course, this is what he does. So thankfully, I was able to branch out and really spread my wings after getting clocked for running a nameless Bayonetta fan page. They literally gave up, dog. They were just like, we can't do this anymore. We can't do this anymore. I knew it was over when, okay, this is TMI, unless you're an artist, because you'll know this is not weird at all. But I knew it was over when I was doing figure studies. And just for those of you who don't know, figure study drawings are just like of bodies and stuff like that, like lounging or reclining. And you try to really get like the gesture. You try to convey, I guess, weight a lot of times and flow through your drawings. It's something that you should practice no matter what your art style is, because it's going to make your stuff look a little bit more naturalistic. But it's useful to do so with like nude models, obviously, so you can see how the forms of the bodies actually work. And at one point, I think, my dad just walked past and I was obviously drawing, but I had my folder open with all of my naked people in there. And I was just like, I was trying to find one that had the right pose. And then I sensed a presence behind me. And I just looked at him and he just looked at the screen. And then I just went back to what I was doing and he just walked off. So I knew I had finally graduated from make your parents think you're a normal person jail, when they were just like, even a bunch of nudes on the screen, it's fine. What are we going to say? What's he going to do? Stop? They didn't even care. They didn't even say anything. So yeah, I won in the end. I won, honestly. Somebody said cringe. It's cringe, except I don't really think it's cringe though, because call it art or whatever you will, but like, there's nothing even weird about nude models in the first place, especially for like artwork, because I feel like you literally can't learn anatomy without them. And also it's not sexual. Plus everybody in these pictures has like consented to them. So to me, it's no different than bringing up a picture of like, I don't know, a fruit or like a landscape or whatever. So like I wasn't thinking of it as weird, and that's all I needed, is for everybody in my life to also realize like it's not weird. And they finally let go of the weirdness. It was great. Someone said it's normal, come on, not cringe. Yeah, no, like nudity in general is just so like obscenely overreacted to. Can I say, especially in American culture, or is that going to come across as cringe and annoying? I don't want to sound like a depthless American who doesn't know what he's talking about, but I do feel like when I think about just other places that people are from and how they seem to talk about nudity, it's a lot less weird than it is over here, where everyone seems really guilty and just like, that person has a body. I don't know. I've never thought it was that serious. Personally, that's just me. Like we are so incredibly weird about nudity. There's less than nothing that is sexual about just a body existing as it is. Like, it's literally just a body. It doesn't do anything in a natural state. And this is also what everybody looks like. Maybe that's the thing that's so crazy to me, is like we're acting scandalized over like, oh my gosh, that person is exposed. But like, this is also how all of us look. So what are we? What? So stupid. Oh my gosh. Somebody said my mom went to art school, so nudity and art was extremely normal for me growing up. Yeah, exactly. And it has to be to some level if you're going to try to have a good understanding of like anatomy and stuff like that. Someone says it's also weird in Europe, depending on the country. I'm Portuguese and we are also weird about it. So I guess it just really depends on where exactly you are. But yeah, no, here, especially in the South, oh no. Oh no, it's bad, chat. It's bad. Someone says Americans are super weird about swearing. Wait, how so? Can you explain that one to me? Hey, you, YouTube user who just said Americans are super weird about swearing. I've never heard that one. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking for a little bit more context. Are we? That one's new to me. I'm really curious if this person follows up, because I don't know. Like, I would believe that we're weird about anything for sure, because we're just a weird place in general. But I think swearing is a new one for me. Also, after we finish this conversation, sorry, my nose is a little runny because, well, I'll tell you why in a second. Somebody said they just made that up. Well, it could just be their opinion. It could be their opinion. They may feel that Americans are weird. Someone said you guys censor the mildest stuff. Oh, okay. Or you say because we don't say the C word? Okay. Someone said we love swearing. Yeah, I feel like me and my friends swear literally all the time. It's bad, honestly. Well, like, we have no vocabulary. Someone said the swearing on TV not being allowed except for the B word. Okay, so you're talking about censorship of swearing is really weird to you. Like on TV, they're super over the top about swearing compared to the UK. Okay, I agree. Yeah, that's true. We censor almost everything on like standard TV. Now, granted, with the advent of streaming, I don't think things are censored as much, but I definitely remember being a kid, like every possible swear word was definitely bleeped out for sure. That makes sense. That makes sense. Someone said the censorship is crazy. Yeah, someone said you're very good at hiding that. Yeah, I don't really curse that often online at all. I basically just pretend. I pretend like y'all ever been to a black church? Y'all ever been to a black church? I just pretend like I'm in a black church when I'm talking on YouTube. Because let me tell you the one thing that you're never going to do. You're not going to be disrespectful. You're not going to be disrespectful in the house of the Lord. It don't matter if you're an atheist. It don't matter if you actively oppose the idea of God. Just being in a black church has an air of reverence to it that is simply untouchable. No matter your religious affiliation. And so that is essentially, I go into black church mode. I'm like, okay, would I say this if I was sitting around all of my mom's friends and they were all wearing their Sunday best and I was be over here sitting like a swearing like a sailor, embarrassing her? Never. So it's really easy to completely turn off the swearing. I would never accidentally swear in the black church. No. So it's about oh God, I'm thinking of the death stares that I would get. They may kill me on the spot, honestly, like just via look, and I don't want that. So It's easy. It's easy to turn off. Some say amen and LMAO. Y'all understand. Y'all understand. Some say I swear more online than I do offline. I think I'm a healthy mix of both, honestly. I remember way back when I was in school, like in college, a friend of mine and we decided that we swore too much. We were like, the world, or the English language, has so many interesting descriptors and even intensifiers. We do not have to keep using like the F word for everything as a filler word. We don't have to say that everything is like this or that. So we made a pact that together we were going to cut down on our swearing and use more interesting words. And we were really buzzed about it because we were teenagers. And I remember telling, I told people in my life, like, yeah, no, me and my friend, like, we're going to change this up. We're going to really be like the vanguard for Gen Z. I don't remember people calling us Gen Z back then, by the way. I mean, they did, I guess. But I also went to school with a bunch of people who were also kind of millennials, so that's really tricky. But we lasted a week. That's the moral of the story. And by a week, I mean 3 days. 3 days later, we came back and we reconvened, and we were like, this is so stupid. And I was like, this is so stupid. We were like, what are we doing? So then we just went back, and we probably have even worse sailor mouths now than we did before the challenge. It actually made me resentful. So bad, dude. So bad. Okay. If you hear me sniffling, if you see me sneezing or red-nosed, know that this is because this is almost funny, except it's not funny. Someone said you were called Gen Z back then too. I guess I was, yeah. I don't remember being so like viscerally aware of it. I feel like now everybody wants me to be so aware of my generation all the time. But I think when I was in college, it was mostly millennials that everybody was complaining about because a lot of Gen Z was just kids. Does that make sense? I think that's what it was. Yes, we were always called Gen Z, but nobody was writing articles about how we don't want to work or how we don't know how to communicate or how we're all puritanical or we're reverting or we're becoming more conservative or whatever the new narrative is. Millennials were the ones ruining everything with your avocado toast. What else? Why did everybody hate millennials? Oh, was it like the irony as well? Or was that a Gen X thing? I've like strongly remember being a Gen Z child and just seeing all these headlines like crapping on millennials, making y'all sound like you were literally the worst people who ever existed. And it's funny thinking back that you must have all just been my age, and you were certainly just doing your best to live in the world created by the people who came before you. But yeah, it was very much presented as if y'all were somehow messing things up. Very odd. Very, very odd. Anyways, what I was going to say was the reason I'm sniffly is because one of the giant fans, or maybe all of them, that they brought in to try to dry out my apartment, I don't know where it came from. And I low-key think that they were blowing around like other people's dust. And also, if I'm being honest, my dust as well. So it's been a very dusty week. And I'm still a little bit residually sniffly because of this, but we're certainly doing our best. Okay. I have maybe one more thing that I want to say before we get into the main topic of the day, which would be the Met Gala. Even though I do want to give some disclaimers before the Met Gala, because I want to be on the same page. I would like to be on the same page with this discussion. All right. Someone said, did it dry you out too? I feel like it did. I do feel like the fans successfully dried out my apartment as well as the inside of my respiratory system. So we're trying to recover from that. All right. I don't have a graphic for this, so I'm just going to use Notepad. Does anybody here remember what I've announced a few times, which is that I've been participating in this made-up challenge for myself and a few of my friends called 100 Mile May, in which, I try to run 100 miles because I can. For those of you who don't know, 100 miles to kilometers would be, oh, I guess that's 161 kilometers. Okay, cool. 161. Okay, great, whatever. So yeah, even though, wait, that's not how parentheses work at all. Even though, oh my god, what is happening? Did I press insert? Okay, first try. Even though everything has been going poorly this past week, I still ran. That's what I was trying to say. I did. And now, on May 12th, is it the 12th? Yes, it is. Okay, God. According to my tracker, the one that knows everything about me, I have run a total of... Wait, I'm being scammed. Oh, I found it. Okay. 37.46 miles. I think we're doing pretty good so far. Look, I think that's pretty good. Again, I guess I have to do this conversion for you because I don't know how to do it off the top of my head. Oh, that's 60 kilometers. Okay, great, whatever. So we've done 60 kilometers thus far in May. I feel as though, as long as I continue trucking along, I should reach my goal. I may even slightly surpass it with a cute extra 3, 4, or 5 miles at the end of the month. We'll see. But yeah, happy, yay, running, so fun. Such an interesting hobby. What a fun thing to do. Someone said road or trail. Both. I can get to a trail, but in order to do that, I have to run on the road first, and it is so harrowing, and I actually hate that portion of my run so much because the sidewalks are very jagged. They're not taken care of whatsoever, and if y'all remember back when I fell, or even the reason I have band-aids on in my Smosh video is because, like, I tripped over our terrible sidewalk. So yeah, it's like a death trap. Not a death trap, it's not that serious at all, but it's like a death trap every day to try to get to the trail where I can finally run, because the trail is beautiful. It's wooded. There are deer that literally just leap across the path. They're amazing. There's so many bird sounds. The trees interlock leaves and branches to create a canopy of shade even when the sun reaches its zenith. But you have to go past a terrible road with a lot of cars and a bunch of intersections, and I always just feel like, someone's gonna hit me. And I don't want to be hit. Someone said the Smosh video's out. Yes, you must have missed the first part of the stream, but it is indeed. Smosh a like. You can go find it if you wanna. Someone said, thank you for adding kilometers as well, so us non-Americans don't have to be confused, but congrats, that's impressive. No, it's okay. I am not one of those Americans who thinks that the imperial system makes more sense. I agree. I agree with you, the rest of the world, that the metric system makes more sense. I do. Why would our main unit of measurement cap off at 12? 12? That just makes like 12 inches in a foot. It adds an extra layer of confusion to trying to work out basic measurements. Now, granted, I'm still pretty decent at doing that, obviously, because I've grown up with this for 27 years. But I have to agree that the metric system, mostly working in intervals of 10, and everything just neatly falling and stacking into each other. Even like the words themselves describing what they are: meter, 1,000 meter, centimeter. All of these things make sense. Much more sense than inches, feet, and yards and miles, but that's okay. Like, what can I do? I have no control over this. I am lucky in that, being a runner, we do actually measure our distances in the metric system anyway. So that's nice. But yeah, I can't with the US imperial system. It's so stupid. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad. It's bad, dog. Someone said Fahrenheit can stay. I like Fahrenheit. I think I don't have any real problems with Fahrenheit. I guess it's still a thing where Celsius technically makes more sense because, like, the freezing point is like, it's just 0, right? I think. Whereas in Fahrenheit it's like 32 for some reason, but I don't know. I have a soft spot in my heart for Fahrenheit temperatures. What can I say? Someone said, I literally smell the flowers in the wild because it reminds you how amazing nature is. Yes, we also, dude, I am so lucky. There's literally like a body of water by the trail that is within running distance. And it's so beautiful. There's like literal like ducks. They just like camp out, or like they just go in a row, just trucking along, like whatever ducks do. I don't really know. It's so beautiful. I've been touching so much grass, but the thing is, I have to continue touching the grass. Do you understand? I have to continue, because when you don't touch grass and you make as much online content as I do, this is how you wind up with this. James Charles out of touch influencer rage bait scenario is coming from a man who does not touch grass, who just literally lives cooped up in influencer world, surrounded by influencers all the time. I'm very grateful to have normal human beings around me to ground me and remind me that nothing that happens online is actually that important. And that I have a job, but so does everybody in the entire world, and we're all trying. So, grass, touch it, please. Someone said we circled back. If it's one thing I'm going to do, is try to circle back. And that's on period. Anyways. Someone said they swim and fly and walk supremely awesome duck. Ducks are great. I love ducks, dude. I mean, birds in general are just really cute if you think about it. Like, also, it's that time of year where the birds are starting to get fat again. Or like, am I wrong about this? I don't really know how biology works, but I feel like I feel like sometimes a year you look at the birds and they're like snatched. And they're just like barely there. But then other times they're just like, I don't know what this is supposed to symbolize, but they get fat. They get plump. They're like, it's great. I don't know how to describe it, but it's happening again. I'm looking at the birds and I'm just like, wow, you've been eating good. Someone said round robins, they look like Borms. Yeah, no, it's so good. Someone said, can you talk about Billie Eilish's vegan statement? Someone said we're fat shaming birds now. I know you're kidding, but no, we're not fat shaming. Being fat is a neutral thing, and the birds are cute. But listen, somebody asked if we should talk about Billie Eilish's vegan statement. Chat, do you think we should talk about that? Chat, do you think we should have a conversation about Billie Eilish's vegan statement? It's a good question. This person asked very calmly. They likely don't know what happened the last time this came up, but I'm just going to go ahead and ask the chat. Do you think that we should do that right now? If not, let's maybe put a pin in that one. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of no's. I think I'm going to have to agree. No. Let's not talk about that, because we did last week and it was very interesting. It was a unique experience, a very, very much a first time for me, for sure. Someone said I have no idea what she said. You can look it up for sure. I'm not going to rehash it. All the Billie Eilish vegan statement your heart desires is probably somewhere in my stream from I think 2 weeks ago. But yeah, no, like, trust, it was discussed. It was discussed at length. Thoroughly discussed. Yes, indeed. Someone said, do you agree with her? Don't worry about it. This is the one time I will say, don't even worry about it. I'm going to let that conversation live where it lived over there in that time, and we can move on into this bright, bold new future. I think that's what we should do. Someone said, guys, what happened last time? What VOD? I don't know what VOD it was. I don't know what VOD it was. Maybe, I think what you should maybe do is just go to my recent VODs and look at the number of comments and see if any of the top ones mention Billy or veganism, because there's probably a bunch of comments on there. That's probably your best bet, is like, it's within the last 5, so it's not something that you have to like search my entire back catalog for. Someone said 2 Thursdays ago. Yeah, maybe something like that. But yeah, I don't really know which one it was off the top of my head. But yeah, don't worry, chat. We're all good. I'm all good on that particular discourse. I am all good. Someone said, as a vegan, I haven't heard this drama yet. Should I be nervous? No animals were harmed in the discussion of this discourse. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, moving on from that. But it's a good question, and whoever asked that, don't feel bad. Do not feel bad. This is a valid question. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my outline, and I guess I'll start talking about some disclaimers. Some disclaimers. Oh, so people are saying it's the Devil Wears Prada one. Okay, chat or chatters, whoever wants to see that, just go to the Devil Wears Prada VOD on my live tab on my channel. I'm pretty sure Devil Wears Prada is in the title, and then from there, probably somebody in the comments mentions it, or you can just open the transcript and Control F. I think it was towards the second half. But yeah, let that live where it was, and we'll be good. All right. So I'm going to open my second monitor. I love discourse though. That's the thing. Is like, I enjoy these conversations. You could call it a toxic trait. You could call it what you will, but nothing, I guess, like, is more interesting to me than trying to really unpack these things. I think in general, sorry, this is going to sound really pretentious and cringe, and I apologize in advance. But when I was younger, I need to stop saying when I was younger, because it makes it sound like I'm literally like 83 and I'm actually only 27. But when I was in school doing like philosophy class and just learning about all of these different forums and modes of thought and stuff like that, and we would have class discussions. What do you think about what Freud said about this thing? And then we would all talk about it. And like we gave our opinions. And wait, is Freud's not a philosopher? He's a psychologist. Wait, what was Freud? I don't know what Freud did. He was a neurologist. Okay, who is a famous philosopher? Plato? I don't know. I don't remember us talking about Plato in philosophy class. Okay, whatever. Socrates. Sure. Okay, great. Let's do it. So anyways, we would be like, yo, this is what Socrates said. What do you think about this? And then half of the class would be like, yeah, Socrates was eating with that take. Honestly, like Socrates was so right about that. And then other people would be like, no, I feel like Socrates low-key missed with that. I'm not going to lie. That was a bad take. And here's why. And it was just like basically internet drama, but over what Socrates said. And then we did the same thing with like Kant. Is that a person? That's one that I actually do remember. Emmanuel Kant. Okay, great. I didn't know how to spell his name, but yeah, we did the same thing with this guy, and then we do the same thing with all these other people. And like, this is not to say that a celebrity has anywhere near the amount of thought put into the things that they're saying as, say, somebody like Socrates or Plato. But I think I still do just love the idea of people centrally making points that everybody else gets to asynchronously respond to. You know what I mean? Again, I know that sounds pretentious and stupid, but it's been a hyperfixation of mine for a while. So I feel like no matter how the conversation winds up turning out, I'm still going to have a good time, hopefully. Hopefully. That's how I feel. Someone said I was always the funky one, being devil's advocate. Always. It's a position you can play. You can be whoever you want in the grand scheme of things. Reading chat. Someone said Freud was a psychoanalyst. Okay, yeah. Bro said stuff so insane on psychology, the discipline went forward because of the amount of people trying to contradict him. Yeah, I think he was like pretty flawed, right? That's my current understanding, but I definitely don't know anything about psychoanalysis or anything like that. I truly do not. Anyways, my second monitor is up. Let me go ahead and open my outline. Let's go to OneDrive. Somebody said address the elephant in the room. I kid you not. I don't know what the elephant in the room is. That is such an ominous chat message. Did something happen? I'm not playing dumb. I would happily address the elephant in the room if I knew what it was. I'm looking around like, what's in my background? Something was leaked. Am I trending? What's the elephant in the room? What did I say? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I think I didn't do anything. Someone said so many people hate being disagreed with. Yeah, that's the thing too. I don't have any sort of like bad feeling over being disagreed with either, which is why it's easy for me to have these discourses. I do think a lot of people tend to take it personally, which is fine. But it's okay. Somebody said there's always an elephant in the room. I don't know what the elephant in the room is. Someone said your Bane that the Tumblr got leaked. I wish somebody could recover that. It's been long since deleted, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I don't think I'm missing anything. So I think they're talking about the Billie Eilish thing. Okay, well if that's the case, it's been addressed thoroughly. Somebody say your people are fighting in the comments. Okay, maybe it wasn't even directed at me. Who knows? I got scared. I was like, what did I'll do it. I will talk about it, but what did I do? I didn't do anything. All right, anyways. Someone said we're just not addressing Maybelline. Maybelline? Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe she was born with it, or I don't know how that. I don't know what their slogan is. I don't know what Maybelline did either. They leaked your old Wattpad. Oh, dog. I was never. That's where you got me all wrong. I was never a fan fiction writer. I was a fan artist. See, there's an ecosystem. It takes a lot of people to make the fandom world go round. And I know that you were contributing heavily. You were on Archive of Our Own. You were on Wattpad. You may have even been writing some of these stories. You were supporting fan fiction writers. But there was another group of people working hard behind the scenes to provide the visuals. That was the fan artists. And that was me when I was younger. So there is no Wattpad to leak. There may have definitely been a DeviantArt and a bunch of art tumblers and things like that. I've never written fan fiction, but you best believe I done drawn some fan art and lots of it, and will continue to do so. Somebody said literally drawing fan art right now. I'm so locked in. You're so locked in. It's so fun, honestly. I don't really participate in fandom too much anymore, sadly. God, fandom spaces are just like, they can be so demoralizing. I think the thing that sucks really bad is many fandoms are honestly just a countdown clock before they go bad, before they turn rotten. Just like an old piece of produce. It's gonna start wilting at some point. And it happens to every fandom. It truly does. I say this having been a massive part of some massive fandoms in the past. It does happen to every fandom. But what I think really bothers me is the countdown clock happens so quickly nowadays compared to how it used to be. I do think that in my mind, and by the way, this could literally just be me viewing things through like 27-year-old rose tinted glasses, but when I was younger, fandoms had to mature into their bad versions first. There was a long grace period where you could be a big fan of something in fandom spaces and never have to run into a bunch of weird stuff because it was only you and your friends and your fandom fellow creators like doing stuff. But nowadays, I feel like things get popular and then they almost immediately become toxic. And I don't understand it. I literally do not understand how like a fan base can be months old and also toxic. I just don't remember that from when I was younger. But it's I know from being in these spaces personally, it's never the fault of like your average person who is a fan of something or drawing fan art or reading or writing fan fiction. These aren't the people that are ruining things, but it's just like the loud, obnoxious, bad people are just getting louder and louder and more obnoxious and faster. It's so bad, dude. Some of the pandemic's fault, I think. Some say it gets real bad real quick, so quick. Some say it used to take a few years. I genuinely believe it used to take a few years. I'm literally just talking about my experience, personal experience on the internet, deep in some fandom spaces. It always took at least a couple years, but now it's just like clockwork. And I'm just like, dog, this sucks so bad. Sucks. Some say it's just like sports teams. Bring back sportsmanship. Yeah. Some say social media is the culprit. We have too much access to the creatives. That's a good point, though, for sure. Like, I also think the creatives as well give people too much access to us. It's not even always just a case of like people being horribly invasive, because they are. Fandoms will be terribly invasive. They'll try to find information that the creator wants to keep private on purpose. But then also, chat, I miss the time of the mysterious artist. I miss it. I do. When I was younger, there was like a 50-50 chance that the person who maybe wrote a book that I was reading or created a show that I was watching, yeah, they may go to conventions. They may have an online presence. They may have a blog. That's what people had when I was younger, blogs. They may have a website, a personal website for updates, but there was also a 50-50 chance that there was nothing about them online. Nothing. I feel like half of the people that used to create things back then were never actually public in any way. And so you never had to worry about, yes, this is obviously cognitive dissonance, but you never had to worry about whether these people were good people or like profiting. And I guess on some level, it's a good thing now that no, I just think it was better that way. I don't know if I feel like it's a good thing now that we know more about the people who are creating things. Maybe, but I don't know, dog. I just don't know. I really don't. Someone says, show me an artist our age who isn't also an influencer / content creator. But you know what the like major issue with that is, though? The industry is literally forcing people to be influencers and content creators. It's not entirely the fault of people making things. I think in a lot of cases, you will quite literally hear of authors saying straight up, no one was going to publish me unless I had this many followers on TikTok. You'll hear singers singing, I could not, or singing, you'll hear them saying, I couldn't put this album out unless I made this many TikToks, according to my label. I can't do this unless I am cultivating a social media presence. So we're getting forced into this like inauthentic trap of everyone having to be an influencer because the actual gatekeepers of what gets published are trying to make everything, they're trying to make fetch happen again and again and again. It's so bad. Someone said real artists are still here, just overlooked by profitable content material. Exactly. If you are an artist who believes in your heart that social media does not really have a place in your work and you don't want to constantly be explaining yourself or talking about yourself or contributing to the attention economy, it kind of sucks because it's kind of like then you just don't get published in favor of somebody who does want to play the game. And I'm like, dude, we're in a bad spot. we're not in a good spot with this creator stuff right now. It's not a good thing. So yeah, I have a lot of sympathy, I think, for artists and people who are trying to make things and trying to get seen and heard. Like, it's not always because everybody's being some sort of attention seeking person. Sometimes it's just bad. It's just bad. Someone said making art for content is so tiring. That's one of the main reasons I stopped drawing. I never taught. Has anybody ever asked me like why I stopped doing art content? I know I give different reasons. I've given different reasons at different times over the years. I think I had over 100,000 subscribers, and then completely overhauling your content to be a different thing, which in my case was commentary. It was for a lot of reasons. Partially, I felt as though I was running out of things to say about artwork, and I didn't want to like spin my wheels. I felt like I could make maybe more creative videos if I had more topics to talk about. But one of the biggest reasons that I just stopped drawing for years, unfortunately, was because it was so demoralizing having to draw for YouTube. And I know that that's literally going to sound like I'm complaining about doing my job, but I'm not. I continue doing my job in a different way. I just switched it up. I know I have to work, and everybody has to work, even if you're an artist. I think the problem was just like art was something that I had never done specifically for an algorithm. Yeah, I did it for attention, honestly. I did. I really love just like I love the validation, because in my mind, like if I can make something and then you have a reaction to it, I think that's cool. I think I contributed in some way to your life. Now, hopefully it's like good things. But yeah, like me drawing as a kid, it was always just because I really liked showing people things, and then they'd be like, wow, that's cool, kid. And that changed into going into YouTube. But when I realized like, oh, I think I have to post probably at least once a week, which means I have to draw at least one really good illustration a week, and I have to record it, and I can't put out any artwork that is not good enough to go in a video. And then the issue I was running into was like, when you are an artist, not all of your illustrations are good. It doesn't matter if you're talented or not. It really doesn't. It's not true that every single thing you're going to draw is good, but I started really getting down on myself when it came to like me drawing something and then it wasn't good enough to go in a video, and I would just think it was worthless. I was like, well, I just wasted my time. I would delete it. I would get rid of it. I would get so mad. I was just like, what was the point of drawing if I can't turn it into a video? It all became a very, very depressing and sad way of thinking about art, which was something I had done every single day for as long as I could remember. So yeah, I stopped that. I stopped, and I hadn't drawn for a while either. Like I had to take a big break because I got super burnt out from that. But yeah, more power to the artists who were either more able to like balance, I guess, what it is they want to do with what it is they have to do. But just me being the all or nothing kind of person that I am, I could never figure it out. I had to switch tactics. I had to switch tactics, man. Someone said, I spent so much time on the painting that I thought was truly so beautiful, and I was proud of it, and it got 3 views when I posted it. My phone is going off. And it got 3 views when I posted it. I deleted the post and haven't put anything online since. Yeah, no, like, it is, for me, not possible to disentangle artwork from the numbers if your numbers are fueled by your artwork. I can't do it. I don't know how to post illustrations online and know that it, on some level, me having a career doing this is based off of how many people are connecting with it. If the numbers go down, so does my confidence. And it's just bad. That's not a good way to make artwork. It almost turns into not artwork, is how I was feeling personally. So yeah, that's also why every now and then you will sometimes see me do like fun music things or whatever. But Chad, if I'm being honest, part of me learning music all those years ago, or beginning to learn music, was literally just because I was like, I need a new creative hobby. I need to start fresh, and they need to make sure that I do not post any of it online. None of it. Nobody is going to see my process of growing as a creator of things. Nobody is ever going to be able to listen to it. No one's going to be able to give their opinion on this because I'm not doing it for them. And then I got to a point where like, okay, now if I'm going to post a silly song or whatever, I'm not that precious about it. But yeah, I keep the vast majority of the things that are precious to me offline because I don't want them to turn into a numbers game, because then it's just not like, it's not mine anymore, I guess. It's not mine anymore. Reading chat. Someone said, what is your opinion on letting the people who had the hantavirus on into their respective countries instead of quarantine? I literally have no opinion on that whatsoever. I am not a medical professional, and I don't exactly know what this virus is. I have seen multiple references to it, but yeah, educate yourself from scientists and medical professionals who understand what this is, and not me, an influencer. I have no opinion. Proud to have no opinion currently. Now, granted, once I do more research, I could give you, I guess, something more informed. But again, the last person. Someone said, I feel that way about my pottery. Yeah, it's hard to turn art into a career, dog. It's not easy. It really ain't. Someone said, we artists need a private creative hobby to survive. I agree, personally. Someone said people are in quarantine. Yeah, okay, see, I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not pulling a influencer answer. I don't want to answer because I don't want to piss people off. I just think, like, epidemiology, virus type stuff is not something you should be carelessly answering opinions or offering opinions on online on a big platform when you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm going to leave that there for now. For sure. So bad. Someone said, thank you for saying listen to professionals. Yeah, leave it there. All right. Disclaimer time. Chat, people are split. I'm not recording yet. I'm going to record in a second, but I want to kind of have this disclaimer with you. People are kind of split on this Met Gala topic. I know I'm a week late, but you know what? Again, last week was pretty bad. And people are also very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Adamant about their opinions. Read the Met Gala. So instead of talking vaguely, I'm just going to give you a rundown preview. Basically, half of the people that I've seen are saying you should boycott the Met Gala due to Jeff Bezos's involvement, which I agree with for multiple reasons. And then, like, the other half of people that I'm seeing are saying boycotting fundraisers for like museums and cultural institutions like the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institution is not a good thing to do, no matter what. And they are also tying it to larger conversations about how fashion is not taken seriously by people and how it's convenient, for example, that something like the Met Gala gets boycotted while other things like, say, the Super Bowl don't, which is not even a fundraiser and also winds up profiting people who are objectively as bad as Jeff Bezos as well. And I also agree. I here's what I mean when I say I agree. I agree that fashion isn't taken seriously for multiple reasons, most of which are rooted in bigotry, if I'm being honest. I agree that it's important to support like cultural institutions and stuff like that. And I would prefer that museums have the money that they need, for sure. I just also don't think there's anything super crazy about saying, hey, should we maybe have a bit of pause before being part of like Jeff Bezos's PR redemption arc, especially when he himself or almost any of the celebrities in attendance could have single-handedly footed the bill for every dollar that the Met Gala itself was raising. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you all this just so as we go forward into this conversation, I don't want like half of you to hear me saying something that seems like anti this gala and you're thinking that I'm saying this because I don't care about fashion or I don't see people who create artwork through clothes or workers or textile creators or designers as valid or worthy of having the things preserved, or like I think that just because some people are involved with something that are bad, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be putting work to fund the arts because they're being gutted right now. I just think it's like simultaneously it's a little frustrating as well, seeing a lot of this manifest as, well, just ignore Jeff Bezos and support what he's doing anyway. It's very tricky. That's tricky. And this is one of the very, very few times in, I feel like, me being on the internet where I feel like there is 100% equal weight to each of these perspectives. Personally, though, I'm not like a fence sitter. I'm still very much in the camp of like, we could have just boycotted it and everybody could have just donated. If it was literally so deeply important for celebrities to raise $42 million for the arts, they could have just done so in a way that is not Jeff Bezos being co-chair of the Met Gala because he bought his way in. So I as you see, I have a challenge ahead of me of maintaining this little bit of nuance going forward without sounding like a fence sitter and without sounding like I'm unaware of the things that people are saying on either quote unquote side of this debate. But you know, I think this is a case too where I don't really see. I think people are arguing with each other, but I don't think they disagree. Does that make sense? I don't think at the end of the day anybody's saying things like funding the arts is important. Are people who would vehemently disagree with the idea that boycotting the actions of people like Jeff Bezos is also important. I think this is a case in which the billionaire class has conveniently put us in a position where we are arguing with each other instead of thinking about how the arts should not be completely reliant on the donations of billionaires to persist in the first place. That's how I feel. So I would really like to try to get to that as my thesis for the video of like, I just don't think this is a bunch of people being stupid online and they're all getting so angry. And also one thing that I think is a little, one thing that I think was bothering me too is like, I've seen a lot of people try to shut down this criticism of the gala with like a lot of whataboutisms, but like we do definitely have to acknowledge that the fatigue of rich people gathering in spaces that are exclusionary, it's there. It's old. I want to raise the multiple things can be true flag. Yes, they may have gathered there for the sake of doing something deeply important, like actually putting their money where I believe it should be in the first place. And yet, an exclusive event with $100,000 tickets in a time where wealth inequality is only getting worse and things are also getting more expensive and rich, like, there's nothing wrong with being angry. I don't think there's anything wrong with being angry about the Met Gala. As long as you're not angry because you hate fashion or you don't view this as a real thing that should happen or because you don't actually understand what like the point of it is. I do think some people don't know that it's a fundraiser event, but like, dude, looking at all these people and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Rihanna and Beyonce and all these people in a room, billionaires, and thinking to yourself like, dude, this just really sucks right now. That's a normal human reaction. I don't want to shut that down just because I want to make some larger abstract points about the importance of funding the arts. Someone said the fatigue of seeing rich people, period. Yeah, so there's a lot to be said, as you can see going into this, but I want to give y'all some pointers ahead of time. That way, as I talk about these things, you sort of see where I'm coming from and don't think I'm just trying to be super dismissive of any one thing or the other. Someone said it's a great museum to visit too. Yeah. I want to go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It looks amazing, and I think museums are important, and funding them is obviously important. I just think like ultimately it just sucks. It's so backwards. That's the thing. There's discourse online, but I personally feel like this discourse is missing the point of how backwards all of this is in the first place. It should not be that out of the quote unquote goodness of his heart, Jeff Bezos gave a measly $10 million and then instantly gets awarded position of co-chair of the Met Gala. And you get all this capital. He's cool now. That shouldn't be a thing that you can do as a billionaire. It should just be that like, you are not a billionaire. That's how that I think if there were no billionaires and Jeff Bezos as a concept wasn't a thing looming over this entire discussion, I think it would be easier to have. But unfortunately, we just quite literally do live in a backwards. It's just backwards. Everything's backwards. And that's why this conversation sucks. That's why it sucks for so many people. Someone said he's so cheap. He's crazy cheap. $10 million. He literally... The gala raised $42 million. He literally could have donated that just in his sleep. Like it was nothing. Like it was literally nothing. Someone said other museums also have galas. Yeah, but yeah, it's not the idea, I guess, of celebrating the arts while raising money to continue funding them and displaying them that I think is a problem at all. It's maybe the fact that we are essentially told that we must do this by supporting a bunch of billionaires who, and I do mean the literal billionaires who were at the event, who each could single-handedly fund any of these important institutions without even incurring any sort of real financial damage in a traditional sense, in an event that is so like crazy out of touch for the average person being asked to watch it and fawn over it and adore it. It sucks. And I've said this in the past too, of like award shows, which are not the same thing as galas, but are similar in that you're attracting the same kinds of people. They've been getting really old to me. I haven't been putting out videos doing these fashion reviews and stuff because like people are just getting so like pissed off anytime these things come up. And I agree. Can we please validate more anger? I don't think that we have to be good sports about everything. I think this idea that like everything sucks really bad, but also we should be really nuanced and understand why things suck in this particular way. Like, I just validate screaming. Normalize screaming because you actually hate the way everything is happening. That's how I feel personally. But anyways, that's all. That's all. I'm gonna hit record. And then we're going to start talking. All right. I hit record. Everybody say hi to YouTube while I drink some water. If someone says street fashion is where it's at, get out there and be a menace. Well, I agree. That's a completely separate point, but shh, don't tell them. Trying to get rid of the snifflies. Well, the Met Gala happened and it was a complete disaster from an optics. I messed it up in the very beginning. Hold on, rewind. Well, the Met Gala happened and it was obviously a complete disaster from an optics perspective. It was actually technically the most successful one yet, raising tens of millions of dollars thanks to the cachet of the multiple celebrities and billionaires who attended. But it also raised more questions than answers this time around about why exactly things like this happen. Why does it all remind us so much of the Hunger Games? And truthfully, do we have to keep doing this? So I'm here to maybe take a look at this from a few angles. As you're going to see, people have some strong opinions, and I don't know, I think most of them are pretty valid. That's it. Wrap it. We're done. Stop saying hi right now. That intro is over. I ate it. I went from a flub to a 10 out of 10. That was a beautiful intro. I'm sorry. It's just getting better. Someone said this is his second try. No, it's not. Delete that message. That was my first try. I did it off the dome. I love my extemporaneous delivery. All right. Anyways. So let's start by talking about what the Met Gala is. If you're thinking like vaguely, it's just a party with a bunch of rich celebrities. Yeah, kind of. Okay, hold on. The gala itself is a massive annual event. Oh, wait, I need to close Notepad. The gala itself is a I took a week off. I took a week off, y'all. I'm sorry. You gotta give me some time to jump back into it. I didn't do a lick of practice the entire time I was off. I was just running and doing administrative stuff and suffering and coughing and sneezing. I swear to God, we're gonna get this better. The gala itself is an annual event that is held, and it's organized by Vogue magazine. Someone said first try. I'm trying. I'm literally trying. In my mind, the Met Gala is just Anna Wintour from behind her sunglasses judging the fashion choices of hundreds of celebrities that are coming to pay their respects to the institution of fashion. But it also does have another purpose. It's a fundraiser, technically, for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute. Someone said you made him nervous. No, it's just time. I would like to say we are going to be talking about a lot of like villainous people and institutions in this video, but I don't think the Met is one of them. The institute itself is just a museum, and I think preserving things like this is actually quite important. Their costume institute is actually kind of amazing. It has a lot of really old cloth in it, which apparently takes some funds to keep from literally disintegrating. But yeah, that's the general purpose of the Met Gala, is for the celebrities to show up, pay for their expensive tickets, and raise money so that the Costume Institute can live another day. Someone said Anna Wintour is taller than I thought she would be. Is she? How tall is she? I have no idea. Anna Wintour, age? Why did I just start typing age? I happen to know her age. I think she's 79. Oh, just kidding. 76. Okay. That was Freud right there. Anna Wintour, heights. She's 5'7". Oh, that's pretty. She's kind of taller than I thought she would be. Low key. I don't know what I thought she was like. Chat, I literally thought she was like Edna. Like Edna mode. Someone said I just got here. What's happening? Nothing much. We're talking about the Met Gala. Actually, you know what? Put this in the video. I don't know too much about Anna, Vogue, or any of this, but all I can ever think of is Edna mode from The Incredibles. This has to be one of the greatest obvious parodies of all time. Someone says she's not 4'11". I honestly feel like Edna has rewritten a lot of our memory of Anna at this point, but no, she's not actually like this. Someone said no, Edna was based off her. You can tell. You can definitely tell. Okay, anyways, moving on from Anna. Okay, so yeah, let's talk the numbers. And this year, oh wait, oops. That's spoilers. That's a spoiler. I don't want to bring that one up yet because that's got Jeff Bezos. We're not there yet. This year was actually the most successful Met Gala to date because they happened to raise a whopping $42 million for the Institute, apparently up from $31 million in 2025. Okay. Someone said my piano teacher looked like Edna and gave the same diva. I definitely had at least one teacher or one professor that was very Edna mode coded. I feel like almost so many people did. All right. And if you're wondering like, oh, 42 million, how does that happen? Well, when the tickets cost literally $100,000 per each, also going up to over $300,000 for a table, it's not hard to imagine how they rack up the funds, not counting individual donations as well. Sometimes I feel at home here. Yeah, this is your people, bro. I'm trying to create a good environment over here on the internet because there's not a lot of those. A lot of those suck. Now, anyways, obviously, what with $100,000, or obviously, what with that exorbitant price tag, the Met Gala is pretty much two things at once. Yes, it's a, dare I say, important fundraiser for an important cultural institution, but also it is obviously just a rich people party. It's a very deeply exclusionary celebration for the 1% to show up, rub shoulders, increase their clout, etc. Like you, me, we're never getting in. Actually, maybe I could get in, but I don't think that would be good for me or anyone. So it's probably for the best that I don't. Met Gala tickets, which are invite only, cost $100,000. Here's what that gets attendees. So if you've ever wondered, like, what do people actually do? Business Insider has the hookup. Someone said Elisa Liu paid Elisa Liu paid $100,000. No, I can answer that for you. If you're thinking about random people who went to the Met Gala, like Elisa Liu, she probably did not pay $100,000. It's the people who did her outfit. In this case, Louis Vuitton, I guess. She was wearing LV. It's likely that a lot of times the fashion houses are the ones that are footing the bill for this, because not everybody who shows up can actually pay that out of pocket. But yeah, that happens a lot. Someone says they're only $1,000. That's $100,000. What you mean? What you mean? Someone said a lot of people get sponsored by rich people. Yeah, even if it wasn't Louis Vuitton specifically, it's also possible that another sponsor would have paid for her to show up. But anyways, so you've paid your money. You're that famous to get in. It looks like you get access, obviously, first of all. You walk the red carpet. I think that's the thing that most of us are familiar with. That's where you see the most press coverage. Look what this person wore. Look what that person wore. A black suit. Crazy. There's a cocktail hour. One thing that I didn't know until recently is there's also like performances. I guess like Sabrina Carpenter performed this year, and last year Ariana Grande was there. I did not know that they were getting lit, but apparently that's part of it too. And also, since they are quite literally at a museum, you can view the Met's exhibit as well. It says, after cocktail hour, guests take their seats for a formal dinner. Last year, the dinner menu included Creole roasted chicken and rice and peas. See, I almost wish I was there just so I could judge. Because half of my family is from Louisiana, and I'm telling you right now, if y'all mess that chicken up, I will put you on blast. I truly, truly will. Someone said Simone Biles made a TikTok about how insane the cost of attending these events are. It's wild. Yeah, no, it's crazy. As it says, surprise performances are a key feature. Here's Justin Bieber at the 2021 Met Gala, etc. Usher, Stevie Wonder were the latest performers. So I think you get the point. And then another thing that I think is a big deal is after the Met Gala itself, there's usually a collection of related after parties that are not formally organized by Vogue or the Met, where people show up, mingle, take pictures, get social media fodder for the next month, etc. But yeah, it's all big, and I won't lie, looks a little bit boring, and you're not invited. But hey, at least the arts were funded. So if you're wondering like where the big question mark is in all of this, or why this is even a topic, there have actually been some pretty major boycotts against the Met Gala this year for, dare I say, incredibly valid reasons that I do think are worth discussing. Someone said it's just a party for the rich, essentially. Yeah, basically. Annoyingly, 'tis not only celebrities who appear, but also just anybody rich and influential enough to get in, which includes big tech. Yay. So I know you were all dying to know what Mark Zuckerberg and the CEO of Instagram wore to the Met Gala. Black suits. But yeah, they were there too, which is great, I guess. Wait, I called him the CEO of Instagram, but he may not be. Adam Mosseri is the CEO of Instagram. And that's on period. Off the dome. Just kidding. I read all these articles before I talk about them. I did not know that off the dome. Anyways, someone said ew. Yeah, no, I know. It's kind of gross that they're there. Hold on. Wait, where was I? Oh, here we go. Shout out GQ, what the tech guys wore to the Met Gala. I really don't care. But the center of the controversy this year was Jeff Bezos. Yay. Unfortunately, Jeff Bezos was one of the co-chairs of the 2026 Met Gala after he donated, I think I've seen people say like $10 million to this event, and I guess that's enough to buy you the position of co-chair. So that's great. I think immediately everything is just sour taste in the back of my mind. I want the arts to be funded. Yes. Do I want people to participate in image rehabilitation for Jeff Bezos? No. And so a lot of people had the same thought and were like, actually, maybe you guys shouldn't partake in this. Someone said, why are they there? Oh, I don't know if you saw one of my previous videos, it was a while ago, about Lauren Sanchez Bezos. Now, I'm not blaming her for his actions. What I'm saying is ever since these two linked up, they have been trying to become influencers. I swear to God. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Lauren Sanchez Bezos is what I call an influencer with no following. She doesn't really have a fan base, but she seems very inspired by like the Kardashians and all this. And it's equally Jeff Bezos's fault for playing into this and also embracing this on his own. They're just trying super desperately to be cool right now. And that is literally part of the reason that they're funding this. You cannot for a moment convince me that this is coming out of the goodness of Jeff Bezos's heart. Because there ain't no goodness in that heart. But like, dude, it's a whole thing that I'm just not even going to get into this time around. Someone said, can he fund art in public schools too? I mean, one would hope. Someone said they want cultural relevance. They want it bad, dude. Okay, hold on. Moving on to my next thing. Pulling this archive link. So, understandably, the Met Gala's embrace of Jeff Bezos causes backlash. I will say this, Vogue, y'all absolutely suck for awarding him co-chair. That's probably the first thing I will ID in this video as an objectively bad decision. I don't care that the man gave y'all $10 million. That's great. Why do you then need to go and turn this into, oh my gosh, we love Jeff Bezos. He is a threat to museums everywhere for reasons that if they're not immediately clear, we'll get into them in a little bit. Somebody said New Gilded Age. Yeah, it's bad. It is bad. Someone said, can he fund public schools? Theoretically, yes. Will he fund public schools? No, because he doesn't get any social benefit from it. Yeah, no, it's come on, guys. It's not a surprise. It's not a secret that what is the largest bit of philanthropy that he's been attached to recently? The same place where Beyonce and Rihanna and all these cool people are hanging out. I use the phrase cool people in the cultural sense, not implying that other billionaires are also somehow better just because they're musicians. Someone says, I feel like no one's talking about how Beyonce was also a co-chair. Was she? Beyonce co-chair. Yo, that's crazy. Actually, this is a good thing to bring up too. Jeff Bezos himself was not the only co-chair, as you can see. Oh, thanks Forbes for this full screen pop-up. As you can see, Beyonce was apparently a co-chair as well, which Forbes is desperately trying to tell us is more than just an honorary title. But yeah, there was a bunch of billionaires that were essentially using this as their own personal party while simultaneously funding the arts. But I still think I understand why the vast majority of the criticism was falling in Bezos's lap. Reading chat. Someone said it's cool is that the employees aren't paid well. Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to where I was. But thanks for the +1 about Beyonce. In general, dude, I have so many mixed feelings about Beyonce. So many mixed feelings. This is not part of the video. I just like multiple things. The level of racism. Yes, I'm starting there. I'm sorry. I just have to. The level of racism and double standard that I have seen consistently applied to Beyonce for as long as I have been black and alive has been really demoralizing and demotivating and sad. And the way that people have talked about her in public forums and even just the dominant cultural narratives that used to like persist around her were actually so incredibly anti-black and terrible for all of us. So bad. And so I think on from that perspective, obviously she's been like in some ways unfairly treated in a way that I don't think is like deniable, right? I think that has little to do with Beyonce's incredibly destructive embracing of black capitalism. Not just Beyonce, Jay-Z, and yes, to a certain extent, Rihanna as well, where they very boldly and proudly embrace the narrative of billionaires and capitalism are a good thing for as long as we are the ones doing it. You will almost hear these words come out of Jay-Z and Beyonce's mouth verbatim in some of their songs. They word it a little more artfully, but you cannot detach Beyonce from black capitalism as an institution, and it is just a really dangerous thing for us. For me personally, I was hella in like the clutches of black capitalism for so long, just glazing billionaires and being like, this is good, this is equality. It sounds crazy, obviously, but I'm telling you, I was literally being misled by people like Jay-Z. So there's a lot to say. There's a lot to say about her. I still don't want to operate on an internet where she puts out a country album and because people are hella racist, we have to have a bunch of discourse about how, no, actually this country album's not real country because a black woman made it. And simultaneously, I don't want to see a bunch of like, well, it's okay that Beyonce is a billionaire. Because it's not. It truly is not. But yeah, that's why I say like I got mixed feelings on her for real, because I'm just like, what if you never fell into the clutches of these structures that are so like detrimental? She could still be an icon. I don't think we needed her to be a billionaire for her to maintain the position in society that she has, but sadly it's just so deeply rooted in there. It really sucks, dog. It really, really does. Someone said they are rich before they are anything else. But yes, at the end of the day, like class is a very illuminating thing to talk about. And I think ignoring all discussions about class when talking about Beyonce isn't really conducive to any sort of productive conversation because like she ain't part of our class, bro. There's not very many places in this world where I believe truly that there's a us versus them. There's no us versus them with black people and anybody else. That's the craziest thing, me being a black person and knowing that like the world will try to tell you through white supremacy and anti-blackness that it is literally me versus the world. No, it's not. It's not me versus the world. It's me in this world that I deserve to be in. Literally everybody else is wrong, right? There's no us versus them when it comes to race. There isn't. I also don't believe in us versus them when it comes to countries, xenophobia, none of that. That's why I'm not going to be over here supporting genocide or all these crazy things. I don't believe in us versus them 9 times out of 10. Except when it comes to class. I do believe that that's us versus them. It is objectively. If you want to talk about people who are literally ops and are set up to like oppress you on purpose and you have to fight against them, I do definitely think it would be obviously billionaires, the billionaire class. That's the only time I'm going to be like, oh no, it's absolutely us versus them. There's not going to be any solidarity. There's not going to be me trying to understand things from your perspective. That's never going to happen. So, and if you in that class, then you in that class. So if it got to be me versus Beyonce and Tyler Perry and Rihanna and all of this stuff with my discourse, then so be it. It will be sad days, but it really be like that, dog. Someone said classism will be my one exception. Classism is this, it's the exception to, in my opinion, like it's so bad. But anyways, I don't want to get too in the weeds right now about all of that because we could talk about that ad nauseum. Truly, I just keep trying to educate myself on other things and learn more and deprogram and Ah, a vision of a better world. Oh my gosh. Imagine that. But that's not going to happen for as long as we have billionaires convincing us that we need them. Also, spoiler alert, that's kind of my larger criticism of this Met Gala thing. Not that the billionaires are like funding the arts, but just that that's how the arts are funded in a society that allows billionaires to exist is the real problem. But that's okay. That's okay. Truly okay. Someone says, I hate to be that person, but I can't feel sympathy for billionaires. You certainly don't have to. There's no emotional labor required on your part for somebody who quite literally is, well, a billionaire. Someone said Melinda Gates. Okay. Listen. This is not a but. This is not a maybe there's one billionaire that is okay. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not using Melinda Gates as an example of why actually I think billionaires are good. What I wish is that more of them were like Melinda Gates. Let's see. Melinda Gates donates to university. Wait, hold on. Am I thinking of the wrong person? Is it not her? Well, who am I thinking of? Is it Bill? Is it? Chat, help me out. Which one am I thinking? Is it her or is it somebody else that I'm not remembering? Someone said Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. Oh, is it Bezos' ex-wife? Okay, wait, never mind. I'm getting my billionaires confused. Is it Mackenzie Scott? Okay, thank you. That shows you how much attention I pay. She is the one that I'm thinking of right here. Melinda, I have no opinion on because I couldn't even recognize her by name. Okay, bro. Literally just seeing the amount of money that someone says ex-wife. Bezos' ex-wife. Yeah, sorry. Bezos' current wife would be... God, this is all so tricky. Okay, so Jeff Bezos, current op, is currently with Lauren Sanchez Bezos, his wife, and they both suck really bad. Jeff Bezos used to be married to a human named Mackenzie Scott. Used to be known as Mackenzie Scott Bezos, and she's the one I'm thinking of because upon their divorce, she acquired a lot of money, as she should, right? Didn't she help him with the company too? But bro, she literally is just like, she just can't stop giving tens and tens of millions of dollars to universities. anytime I ever see her doing this, it's because she gave some crazy millions of dollars away to a university. But here's the problem, chat. Here's the problem. After giving away $26 billion in philanthropy, that's amazing. Well, no, because the second part of the article says, Mackenzie Scott's wealth remains unchanged, largely. Here's the big why. That's still pretty bad. That's still pretty bad. The billions and billions and billions of dollars that Mackenzie Scott has given to literally try to keep universities alive. A lot of historically black colleges and universities, research programs, fundings for things that would literally disappear because people are actively working against them. That's a good thing that these things have not shuttered. They've not closed their doors because of our philanthropy. But there's no world in which somebody can give away $26 billion and essentially still have the same... It didn't have any sort of impact on her, which is also how she's able to do this. So like this almost borderline infinite money glitch of being a billionaire, bro, we got to stop. We got to stop. I'm not coming for her specifically because that's the only thing I ever want to see anybody do is just give that money away. But you should never be able to get into this position. You should not. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's really, really wild. But yeah, don't let anybody tell you Don't let anybody tell you Mackenzie Scott is the one reason why maybe billionaires may be okay. No, she proves that even if you are actually doing things with your money that I think are a good thing, and you still are a billionaire just because you were already one, the system is broken. But shout out to her though. Can I say I appreciate her a heck of a lot more than Jeff Bezos? Is that a safe opinion? I think that's the little bit of nuance I would say. What would I prefer? That it wasn't people like individuals single-handedly funding not just universities but a bunch of things that she gives money to. But if anybody was going to have access to this kind of money, I would vastly prefer it to be her than him. That's sort of how I feel about that personally. All right, anyways, sorry chat, I know lots of ranting about billionaires, but I guess like in a video where I'm talking about Jeff Bezos, it's fair. I guess it makes sense. It's not really off topic. God, I think about it a lot. Somebody said charity is a scam. Yeah, the fact that charity exists is the problem. The fact that it has to exist. Someone said, why hate on billionaires and not include millionaires? Really, my hate would apply to anybody who is hoarding unnecessary wealth, but the reason for that is because I think the difference between billionaire and millionaire is like orders of magnitude larger than people realize, and also like billionaires are a pretty good place to start. I think if we didn't have them, then I would certainly start talking more about like centimillionaires and people like this. But like, dog, here, hold on. I'm gonna pull up the website. I'm gonna pull up the website. Website visualizes. Oh wait, this ain't the right website. Okay, well here's a similar website. Well, hold on, chat. Give me a second. I know you can't see my screen. Got this. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. I swear, there used to be this website I would go to where I was trying to show people like the difference between how much this actually is. Oh, I found it. Okay, yeah. Anyways, here we go. Wealth. Wealth shown to scale. So like this little dot right here, being that little dot representing maybe $1,000, right? This larger dot would be like $63,000, which I guess was the median salary or median household income when this website was created, right? $1 million, as you can see, is like much larger than say the median income. And so obviously people who have $1 million or make that on any sort of regular basis need to be taxed fairly. That's in my mind obvious. I think the difference is I am mostly talking about people who have like scroll out a little bit. I'm still scrolling, by the way. Okay. Like this big blue block. You can't even see the scroll bar, honestly. But this look how tiny the scroll bar is. This big blue block right here is what we're talking about. Comparing this to say someone who has $1 million, it's not really the same thing. And then also where you really get into an issue here is billionaires don't just have $1 billion. I mean, yes, many people who are millionaires would have much more than one, maybe 10, 20, 30. But Jeff Bezos, for example, at the time that this was made, had this much. Scrolling, we're still still scrolling, by the way. I'm literally just still scrolling. This is the wealth gap, like the actual wealth gap. When I talk about the billionaire class, the people who need to get taxed out of existence first. We're literally still scrolling, by the way. We're only at like, what is that, 60 billion, I guess, right now. This blue dot right here represents all the money the average person will earn in their entire life, maybe about $1.7 million. Annual cost of healthcare for a family of 4 is this one little dot. Still scrolling. Oh, annual pay of the Amazon warehouse worker, which depressingly is not much bigger than the annual cost of healthcare for a family of 4. What is this right here? Annual cost to house every single homeless veteran. Oh, the cost of chemotherapy for all cancer patients, which would be $9 billion, which, as you see, doesn't mean anything in the scale of $139 billion, right? And then I think the issue that we're going with here, by the way, I still haven't, look, I'm just going to speed it up. Ooh. It just, who is this right here in the blue? Is that Elon, I wonder? Oh, this is the 400 richest Americans. Okay, great. This is just the 400 richest Americans. Only 400 people make up all the rest of this website. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on, all the way to $3 trillion. Now, here's the issue. When you're looking at Jeff Bezos's current net worth, chat, why is it twice as big? Where is he? Where is he? What happened in the few short years between the creation of that website and this time that we're living in now? Did Jeff Bezos philanthropy his way into a better world? No. Actually, everything got much, much, much more expensive, and everybody who was already rich has a much larger net worth now than they did 5 years ago, and will likely continue to do so. And obviously not all of this is liquid, but I mean, that's just an excuse. So much of it is like deeply liquid that it's just a sham how much of this is being hoarded away from people who actually need it to live. And then simultaneously, here, I'm going to show you this too. Even the liquidity excuse, I just don't want to hear it, dog. I don't want to hear it because, like, you can do things even with non-liquid assets. You still can technically use them. I remember Patagonia a few years made headlines for essentially trying to use itself as a fight against climate change, contributing $100 million a year or whatever. Like, you can use your actual assets to sustain and generate wealth that would actually help people, but instead it's little $10 million checks here and there, 10 millions for this thing and 10 million for that thing. So I think you asked a really good question of, like, why do I keep saying billionaires and not millionaires? Again, anybody who is hoarding wealth should be taxed appropriately, but the discrepancy currently between the people who are at the very top of this wealth gap and even people who are millionaires, like, that's not really where my concern is right now. I starting at the top would just have such a massive trickle down effect, honestly. Someone said, but have you considered how much Bezos worked for all that money? He must work 1 billion times as hard as the average person. Yeah, oh no, of course. Yeah, really pulled himself up by the bootstraps there, right? Oh, and then also, you know what the craziest part is? Like, the literal craziest part about this? While we are arguing over, like, oh, we should be taxed this much and taxed that much, do you know how much Jeff Bezos's ideal tax payment is? I'll show you. We'll write it down in Notepad. That's how much. This is how much Jeff is trying to pay in taxes every year. Don't get fooled. This is $0.00. I know that's a lot of zeros, but there's no other numbers in this equation. He doesn't even want to pay taxes at all. The ideal state of a billionaire is to not contribute to society ever. Not even through the same ways that every single other person has to. So yeah, if you're a billionaire, you should probably be paying large portions of your income in taxes, obviously, but like I am literally talking about people who are fighting to pay none of their income in taxes. They don't want to do that, and it's bad. It's bad. So anyways, I hope that explains some of my hate. Trid. Hopefully it doesn't come across as some sort of double standard or like I'm focused too much on the wrong people. I think these are the right people for sure. Reading chat. Someone said bootlickers will say him creating jobs is enough. Okay, and then look at the jobs that he's creating. Amazon warehouse conditions. Great. I'm agreeing with you that like, oh, he's creating jobs, but he's not even treating the people who are actually generating the value fairly. This is wild, dog. This is wild. Someone said, can we make it clear that saying the assets aren't liquid is meaningless? Yep. They borrow based on their assets. They can borrow enormous sums of money, and that is tax-free earnings, essentially. Like, there's just no excuse, honestly. Never an excuse for billionaires existing, dude. Anyways, I hope that explains, like, the aghast nature that I personally have and a lot of people have just in reference to people like this. I can't imagine it. I genuinely can't imagine it. All right. Going back to this, believe it or not, we did actually have a point here. I think I had this article right here that I want to go over. Sorry, give me a second, chat. I went on a tangent. Someone says it's why I never felt any ways about people stealing from them. Okay. Yeah. You don't want to get some of my more offline opinions, because then I'm going to get in trouble. Then I'm going to get in trouble. I don't like getting in trouble for things. But while it's certainly not something that I would experiment with, just me being a black person in America under our police system, I don't even think stealing is that wrong in certain contexts. I don't think it's stealing. Now, granted, this is the kind of conversation I don't really want to get into too many details about, because then people are just going to freak out and think that I'm advocating for, I don't know, something. But I'm not. All I'm saying is I do genuinely believe there are people in this world that you can't steal from. And there's definitely corporations in this world it's not possible for you to steal from. It doesn't matter what you took or whether you paid for it or not. You were probably taking something back. But anyways, in Minecraft, that is the moral of the story. Everything I literally just said is in Minecraft. Pull up the Minecraft right now. This is what I'm talking about. That is a really grainy small picture. This is a little better. Stealing is okay in Minecraft from your fellow gamers. Duh. Obviously, stealing in real life, we would never do that. We would never protest at all. We're good citizens for sure. But in Minecraft, you can do whatever you want to do, bestie. And you probably should. Anyways, like, for example, you should steal Nintendo games. You should do it. If there's ever a Nintendo game that you want to play, steal it. Steal it from online. It's not even stealing. Just do it. Just Google, like let's say you want to play a Wii U game. Just Google Wii U emulator online. Great. Simu is a really good one. Download this for free, and then there are websites where you can I'm being so for real right now. You just You just should never give Nintendo money. You shouldn't do it. You should play all the Nintendo games you want without ever offering them as much as a single dollar or a cent. I think that that's a good thing to do. Or like, I read that online and I disagreed with it. I read that on everything I just said. I read online. I saw someone saying that and I was like, I don't think that's good. So don't do that. And there's also emulators for Switch as well. But like, you know better than to download these things, obviously. Someone said Nintendo's gonna get you. Well, the funny thing is they can't, because I don't use Nintendo assets. That's the funny thing. I don't play their games on my stream, so there's nothing to get. And I probably won't, even though I think it would be really cute to play Tomodachi Life. But alas. Someone says, so we had to steal Age of Empires 3. Okay, I do need to follow this up though. You should not steal every game. Definitely not. Nintendo piracy is great when it comes to like big corporations and stuff like that. I do think like indie games you should definitely support to the best of your ability as you can, because actually people work really hard on those, but not Nintendo. Nintendo, no, dude. No, dog. The people who made the game, who actually put the work into it, they got paid actually, and all of this is just going to one of the worst companies ever. Reading chat. Someone said being a pirate is great in Minecraft. Exactly. Piracy is also good for archival purposes. Yeah, talk to me about that. There are so many games that wouldn't even exist anywhere, by the way, because they're not even manufactured, but because people have the ROMs of them online, they're preserved. I remember when I made my Spy Kids video, I actually did get my hands on a version of the Spy Kids Game Boy game, but the only way I was able to initially like play some of this was finding this stuff online. It was really great. Reading chat. Someone said give indies your money. They mostly undercharge anyway. Yeah, no, indie studios supporting small artists. Yes, bestie. But Nintendo, please. Please. It's a no for me. Someone said you wouldn't download a house, would you? That's the funniest thing is like, there was this big anti-piracy campaign that was like, you wouldn't download a car. I think that was real. Oh yeah, you wouldn't steal a car. It was a 2004 anti-piracy PSA, right? And 20 years ago, they were putting out commercials trying to stop us from pirating things, music, stop stealing the stuff online. You wouldn't download a car. Yes, I would. That's what you don't seem to realize. Yes, I would download a car. I could click a button. And have transportation for free that I didn't have to pay for. I would steal a car. There's no consequences for this because it's on my computer in my place. I would absolutely download a car. So that's where y'all have got that wrong. Also, this is a tangent. But I feel the same way. This is a tangent. People use the car metaphor for tattoos as well. And they try to say you shouldn't get tattoos on your body because you wouldn't put a bumper sticker on a Lamborghini. I promise you that's a really common one. You wouldn't put a bumper sticker on a Lambo. Let's see. Yeah, see, it says right here, this is said in reference to tattoos. It's another way to call them tacky and stupid. Yes, I would. I would put a bumper sticker on a Lamborghini. I think that would be the funniest thing ever. Honestly, the trashiest, tackiest, like worst, most... I just had an idea. I know exactly what bumper sticker I would put on my Lambo too. I really do. Twilight. Twilight. I would just buy a bunch of Twilight bumper stickers. We've got As If You Could Outrun Me, with this meme picture of Robert Pattinson. We've got Bella, Why Aren't You Letting Me Merge, Loca? I would put that on a Lambo as well. This is the skin of a killer, Bella. I would absolutely put that on a Lambo. So you're talking to a man who would put a Twilight bumper sticker on a Lamborghini. Why are you surprised that I put a clown on my shoulder? I really need you to think about these things a little deeper. Anyway, sorry. Tangent over. Tangent over. Let's get back to talking about Jeff Bezos. Womp, womp, womp. It's kind of a downgrade from what we were talking about before. I love Twilight. The Met Gala's embrace of Jeff Bezos causes a backlash. Wow. Who could have predicted that making him co-chair would have been upsetting to some people? Certainly not I. So as you see, people were putting up signs, dude. They were like projecting things onto the sides of buildings. Boycott the boycott the Bezos Met Gala. These signs are referencing like allegations, which are obviously true, of just incredibly poor work conditions in a lot of Amazon factories. This is referencing Amazon's platforming of ICE basically through their AWS services. Scrolling through, you get this big old projection. Boycott the Bezos Met Gala, which personally I believe is a fair take. Now, as you're going to see going forward through this, a lot of people were kind of appalled at the idea of boycotting a fundraiser for the arts, but I don't personally believe the messaging of boycott this Bezos Gala thing was anti the arts. It's instead anti somebody who, through his alignment with the Trump administration, is actually contributing so much to the erosion of the arts, education, public broadcasting, just so many things that are so necessary for society are being gutted right now by people like this. And slapping his association on this really just is not it. It was a bad move. Someone said these posters are cool. I would have to agree. But yeah, there was a lot of pushback, obviously, and it got to the point where if you were unaware of it and a celebrity, you were probably just being willfully ignorant. I'm going to be real with you. Someone says this anti-corporatization and capitalization and the elitism of art. Yeah, no, I think boycott the Bezos Met Gala is a fair take. Moving here, I want to read y'all a quote which I think illustrates people's mindset behind this really, really well. Give me a second. Okay, I must have been streaming for a while because my computer's starting to act slow. Let's hope. Oh wait, that's my outline. Let's hope it doesn't crash on me. Hold on, chat. Oh my god. Give me a second. I swear I'm trying. It's like my mouse is moving in slow motion. Okay, I made it. Let's go. We are so back. This would be the quote that I was looking for. Excuse me. So in April, New York's mayor, New York is where this is held, Zoran Mamdani, said that he would be skipping the gala, marking a shift from many of his predecessors. And Sex and the City actress Cynthia Nixon told the New York Times, "My hat is off to the mayor for not attending." She said, "The Met Gala is now giving Bezos exactly the kind of reputation laundering and cultural rocket fuel he needs to keep destroying America," she added. I think that's fair. I agree. I think we've been put into a really tricky position where, yes, the continued funding of a costume institute is, of course, an important thing. It just really, really sucks that people can buy their way into this fundraising simultaneously performing this sort of PR image washing for somebody as dangerous as Jeff Bezos. It's bad. But yeah, I felt like people's hearts was definitely in the right place with this. Someone says she ate that. I would have to agree with her on this. I don't know much about her, but this, I was like, I see what she's saying. She put some thought into this. It's not just like we hate fashion, we hate museums, you know? Give me a second. Let's see. Somebody said, how can you support AI and undermine the arts? Oh God. I mean, that in and of itself, like, hold on, give me a second. I want to pull, I want to pull that a little bit. Give me a second. Let's talk about it. AI, Amazon getting into AI, for example, Amazon AI chips, Amazon trying to invest in AI startups, AI technology through Amazon Web Services. I'm sorry, dog, but being the person behind this and then simultaneously being behind, actually, I just love creators, fashion, and all of these things so much. I have to give money to this. You really got me messed up if you think we're falling for that. I think that's a great point, commenter. God. Anyways, moving on. I want to show you some more of the pictures of the things that people were projecting on the buildings. But yeah, as you can see, people were like, no red carpet for Trump's billionaires. And if you can buy the Met Gala, you can pay more tax, which I would certainly agree with as well. Okay, hold on. Trying to pull back open my outline. Man, I am worried that I may have to restart my computer. You don't have to leave the stream because I have two different computers, but my web surfing computer is moving so slowly right now, and I'm just like, I don't want it to be a problem, but if I have trouble for like the next 5 minutes, I'm probably going to restart it. Reading chat. Some say AI, making people dumb, but the money is fun for some. See, that was more creative than anything AI could have done, and it was pretty simple. I myself would just like to say, truly looking into Jeff Bezos's alignment with everything that is going wrong in this country, it's actually been a long time coming. MIT Technology Review 2018, talking about Amazon is the invisible backbone of ICE's immigration crackdown. It's only gotten worse, by the way. And pulling this open as well. I got one more thing I want to say. Screw it. I'm gonna have to restart my computer. Okay, give me a second, chat. Stay right where you are. The stream is not ending, and we are not even done. We haven't even got to the part where the celebrities are calling each other out. Restart computer. Boo. I'll read chat while it's restarting. Someone said no worries, dog. Thank you. Yeah, no worries at all. Reading chat. Someone said AI restaurants. I don't even know what that means, and I don't want to find out. But I have been to fast food places where they were trying to replace the workers. Have any of you seen that? Where it's just like a kiosk type thing. I thought that was a little odd. Granted, there still had to be people in the kitchen, but I really did not know how I felt about that whatsoever. Someone said you have two screens. I got 3 screens. I got 2 computers. Okay, we're gonna launch this again and hope that it works a little better this time. Someone said AI caused this. I can't explain. No, you're right, Bessie. I understand the vision of what you're saying. I really do. You don't have to make it make sense. I think, like, in a way, I'll say this while my computer maybe reboots, but like AI kind of did cause a lot of the problems that we're experiencing right now. Like an example of that would be, hold on, I'm trying to restart this other computer. An example of that would be like, did y'all see what happened with the Switch price, by the way? Nintendo Switch price hike. Nintendo raises Switch 2 prices amid global memory chip shortage. What happened? The Nintendo Switch is now $500 here in America instead of $450, and has actually its price has gone up worldwide now. That's great. No one should be able to afford anything ever. And then you kind of look into some of these memory chip shortages, and it's like, what is going on with that? Exactly. And it literally is because of AI. I swear to God. It's literally because people are trying to go all in on AI right now. The pipeline has been messed up. A pipeline of like actual parts that you need to build computers and machines and electronics. And so now everything is getting more expensive. The little individual parts that go in a computer are like doubling, tripling in price. I've had my friends say, I am literally trying to build a new computer so I can edit my videos, and I can't actually afford the graphics card that I am trying to get. So yes, objectively, AI is ruining almost everything, not just because of the more obvious reasons, but just the demand for AI is driving the shortage, which is just crazy. Someone said the Steam Deck was sold out for months because of the shortage. Yeah, you're not wrong in feeling like in some vague way. It's not even vague. It's very, very cut and dry how much of a problem this is. Anyways, some tech YouTuber or computer guy could give you a more in-depth example of what I'm trying to say, but I think you get the gist of it, honestly. All right, so all of my computer is back on. Now I'm going to try to pull my second monitor back up, and hopefully I'll be able to stream. Okay, great. Yes, we are projecting. All right, overall, that wasn't even too bad. It wound up not taking that long to get back on track. Go back to OneDrive and pull open my outline once again. Someone said everything computer related is going up. RAM, hard drives, SD cards, etc. Yeah, it is. It's bad. It really, really is. Okay, I'm going to close all of these bad boys, and then I'm going to open this. Anyways, what I was trying to say was, it's not just Amazon's alignment with the quote-unquote powers that be. Also, even the way Amazon has consistently treated their own workers, which is absolutely appalling. Again, 6 years ago, Amazon is cracking down on protesters and organizing. Workers say, what are these annoying workers? Why do they keep protesting? Oh, because they want safer conditions. Great. So yeah, very antagonistic, all very, very cynical ploy on Jeff Bezos's part to be hailed as the good guy, while quite literally being one of the few easily identifiable villains in the world today. I just think it really sucks pretty bad, and I see why people maybe didn't want to see their faves show up at this. I think it's understandable. Someone said gas is $4.49 here. Oh God. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I drove past a gas station, and I saw the price out of the corner of my eye. I literally thought it was a mistake. It can't be overstated how bad gas prices are. And that's a different thing, right? That would be because of the war in which our president is trying to destroy other people. So bad. Everything. Sorry, I really, 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 really don't want to go down the rabbit hole of just like everything is so bad. But like, someone says 648 here, $5 plus in Washington. I think on some level it's still like useful to acknowledge this, right? Like, it is bad. I understand why, and I understand the context, and there's no reason and there's no excuse for it. But and that privilege plays a role too. I can afford gas. I'm fortunate, but that doesn't make these things any better whatsoever. I think also too, just like, sorry, I don't know how to like talk about this without being out of touch. So I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to be really actually honest about this. I, as an influencer, have been largely fine despite all of these price hikes because I'm privileged enough to be so. But like, I am still literally surrounded by people who are not. I have to help a lot of the people in my life with things, and I'm happy to do so. But like, I'm trying to remain acutely aware of just how bad things are. Just because it's so affordable for some people, which might include me, doesn't mean any of this stuff is fine. So whereas like the gas prices may not mean the difference between me, you know, being able to get gas or not, I know it means the difference for some people in my family. Literally, like, if you cannot afford to fill up your tank, what are you supposed to do? And again, like, we're lucky enough that like I can pitch in, but like, it's just really bad. All of it is bad. And then also having people who are like between jobs as well is really concerning. I don't know what we would do, honestly. I don't know what we would do. Yeah. So I don't know. I hope that gives some context for it. I'm saying it's really bad. Yeah, like I guess I can afford it, but that doesn't make me feel any better. I would prefer things are affordable for everybody. It's so bad. Someone said I've been using Afterpay and Zip for basic needs, and it's starting to ruin my morals. No, like I think the thing is too, like, I know that like everybody says this, like, oh, I came from nothing. I didn't come from nothing. My parents worked really, really hard to make sure that I did have the things that I need. But I remember some things. Y'all ever heard of WIC? Do y'all know what WIC is? Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. Is there like a Wikipedia for what this is? Oh, here we go. Homepage, women, infants, and children. See how WIC can help you and your family. See what benefits you and your family could be eligible for and start the application process today. Yeah, so basically all I knew, look for the pink tag because that means we can afford it. I remember being like 4 or 5 years old, and this is essentially like a benefits program. It's a welfare program. I think it's intended to help like mothers afford food, unless I'm mistaken. I'm barely remembering a lot of this. Oh yeah, there must be a WIC eligible member in the household, meaning someone who's pregnant, was pregnant in the last 6 months, etc. We wound up qualifying for this a lot. And I remember stuff like this. I do. I totally remember being essentially on welfare, literally. And like, I guess that's why it's not a thing where I just want to be all happy-go-lucky of like, well, I got mine. No, no, we had to do so much and so many things aligned. Someone said, yes, poverty and public benefits is turning here. Okay, I'm glad I'm not like misremembering. Yeah, I totally remember. We had to get the right brand of eggs. You can't just buy eggs. You have to buy the WIC eggs. You have to buy the WIC milk. We would try so many things. It would be like, is condensed milk cheaper? Is powdered milk cheaper than actual milk? Or we would just do so many things, and like, I don't know, like, I guess I'm still like I don't know how to not be like that person when I think about the prices of things, and just I get really terrified of just so many things. Sorry, it's sounding very vague, but yeah, no, I still got people in my family who are literally still benefits like this, and that's why I hate. I have seething hatred and rage for the people who talk about or look down on like welfare queens or whatever y'all want to say about people who are using like stuff like this. I actually hate these people. There's very few people in this world that I hate, but I can't say what I really think about people like that, who will just go and proudly say, like, we've got people at the bottom of society using these programs. Okay, but I would have starved. So what do you want us to do about that? I genuinely don't know what to say. Like when people try to act like welfare is actually a bad thing, or like, no, it's not the responsibility of the place where people live to take care of the people who live there. Like everything was done correctly. Multiple jobs. I wasn't old enough to contribute. I just felt like a resource leech, honestly, as a child, and it wasn't my parents' fault. But it's hard not to feel that way. I don't know. There's so little empathy for poor people. I think like the ultimate expression of capitalism is to hate the poor, literally. To see poverty as like the ultimate moral failure that's the end game. That's how we in our minds can somehow pretend. By the way, this has been a really rambly video and I'm sorry, but I've been thinking about a lot of this stuff. Like that's the ultimate logical conclusion, is that poor people are actually the real problem in society, not rich people. And Lord, I hate anybody who thinks this way, because you just don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Well, did you want me to starve? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Somebody said, without WIC, I wouldn't have been able to feed my infant twins. Baby formula is crazy expensive, and they had to be on the special kind that was like $40 a can. It's such a great program. It's an incredible program. Also, yeah, when my siblings were younger, some of them had like medical needs and stuff. We wouldn't have been able to afford any of that just based off of how much money my family was making off of the hard work that they were doing. We never would have been able to do that. So things like this are so like deeply necessary. I don't know, dude. Like, don't get me started. Please don't get me started. I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you I think I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to tell a story about my family. This is actually pretty personal. I'm not going to ID who this person is. Thankfully, all of my siblings are nice and happy and healthy. But like, I think the scariest thing I remember is, because I'm like 6+ years older than all my siblings, but like one of my siblings had like crazy acid reflux as a baby. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with this or if y'all have ever dealt with this. Babies in general, because, well, they're just babies. Like, they're not the best at most things, including, digestion or whatever. Lots of babies can experience this, but sometimes it can be such an extreme thing where like the child's like not eating or not keeping down food or whatever. And that's what we were dealing with, where my sibling, like, we didn't even know like how to feed this baby that just did not seem to want to keep food down. Obviously the baby did, but the body didn't. And like, not having healthcare in the traditional sense, or thinking to yourself that you're gonna have to like pay a lot of money, or you're gonna rack up bills via like doctor visits and stuff, that is a very, very, very scary way to live. Yeah, I was only whatever age I was, 10 or floating around that age, but I was still pretty terrified. It's just a deeply disturbing way to be. So like it's really disturbing conditions when you have health problems and money issues, and healthcare is not available to you, and food is not easily available to you, and you're already making so many concessions, and people are already working so many jobs to even afford the food in the first place. Like, it literally feels like you're living like 1 minute at a time. Is how I felt as a child. That's how I felt all the time. I just felt like I was living 1 minute at a time. And what did I do this minute? Did I open the fridge too long? We let out the air. Oh, AC. Everything is just awful. So anyways, all this to say, this is where my mind goes when I think about the prices of things nowadays. Not necessarily to where I am now, which is something that I will forever be grateful for, but just like, I don't know what would have happened to us. I don't know what would have happened to us. Somebody said it sucks having to grow up as a child worrying about money as a child. Yeah, I agree. In a perfect world, money would be something that children would not have to be aware of at all, but I was painfully aware of it. I was painfully aware of it. It's so bad, dude. So bad. Anyways, that's a little overly personal story that hopefully explains why. Excuse me. I seethe. I truly seethe. Someone said, I hope I'm alive to see the fall off of capitalism. Yeah, someone said, I better understand your empathy now. Yeah, I mean, just like, dude. Because I think it really hits you. I think it really hits you. Even though I was just a kid, but you're looking at your infant sibling who sadly is just vomiting everywhere and seems to be in so much pain, can't keep it down. You're thinking about the money it's going to cost to try to get to the bottom of this. You're thinking about all of the cheap things that you've had to do to save money, or maybe even all the times you got in trouble for being wasteful. And you're looking at your parents who are working so hard. Either whether that's working multiple jobs or raising multiple children at home. You know what I realized at that time? I was like, this isn't any of our fault. That's the thing that hit me clear as day. Now, because I was just a child, I didn't know whose fault it was. I was like, this is not the breadwinner's fault. This is not the caretaker's fault. This is not the child's fault. And it's certainly not my 10-year-old fault. Why are we like this? Was the main question that I had as a child. And then of course you get older and you learn some things and you fall into some traps initially, but then you receive the answer and you're like, oh, because all of the work that was being done, for example, by the breadwinner wasn't actually being compensated fairly at all, because there should have been no scenario in which anybody related to this person was in danger, or all of the work being done by the caretaker, for example, is not being fairly compensated. Mothers are certainly not compensated in any reasonable way. Because that's like multiple full-time jobs happening simultaneously. So my current understanding of my childhood that I've had to like retroactively apply is that like, if people are working multiple jobs, but some of them you're not even getting paid for and others you're not getting paid fairly for, there was no way in which we could have ever like moved up. All of the moving up that we did was through, honestly, like chance was the main thing. Hard work, yeah, duh, but like everybody is working hard. So yeah, it's not fair. I think like people will say, well, life isn't fair. To a certain extent, life should be fair, for sure. It really, really should be. God. Reading chat. Someone said, all I'm saying is this stuff is pointless to discuss in a place where we obviously all feel the same and it doesn't change anything. It's stressful and just makes everything feel harder. I guess, but I think the alternative is like, if I didn't discuss it, I would probably just scream by myself. I don't know what the difference is. You know what I mean? Do I scream alone or aloud? I alternate. I have my weeks where we don't talk about billionaires at all. If you follow the stream, you know, sometimes I'm really in a bubble and we'll mostly talk about celebrity drama. We'll talk about like things that don't matter. Oh my gosh, did you see what this person said? But then we have weeks like this where maybe because the topic itself overlaps with things that I've been thinking about deeply, and it's like I can't exactly turn it off. I just think like you would be missing a lot of context if I came into this from the perspective of just an influencer. I'm just an influencer, the kind of person who may, if I was more popular, even be invited to the Met Gala. And oh my gosh, people are boycotting the Met Gala. Guys, this is crazy. I'm making a video about online discourse. Yes, all of these things are true, but I also got absolutely decimated. I was destroyed by poverty mentally again and again and again every single day, and repeatedly shown that no matter how hard any of us worked, it was never going to be enough for us to be happy. I'm also that person talking about the Met Gala. That's also me. I can't exactly shut that part of the discourse off and approach this purely from a top level view of like, my ire truly lies with the people who are angry about this and not the people who are like at the top, for example, especially when I am literally still gladly helping the people in my family, but just still feeling like, what is wrong? How is everything so wrong? I don't know, dude. But yeah, hopefully that's some context. Just a little bit of context. It's okay. We're gonna be okay. I know that sounds contradictory to everything I just said, but we are in fact going to be fine. But I can't not think about it. I get to a point where I can't stop thinking about it. I guess. Sorry. Anyways, this is going to be a rough edit, dog. This is going to be a rough edit. I realize this sucks really bad. I don't even know if this is good content. I probably should have kept it a buck. Honestly, I really should have. Someone said, it's the weird little habits I picked up from poverty / the streets that still get me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It really does like form some pathways that are pretty hard to break out of. For sure. For sure. Because you know what it is, low key. You know what it is, low key. I think the main emotional lesson that I learned from poverty or whatever you want to call it was like, okay, I guess I just don't deserve to be happy. That was the main thing. I didn't interpret it in those exact words, but I just looked around at the world, saw that money does buy happiness, and we clearly don't have it no matter how much we're grinding. I was like, oh, I guess on some cosmic level, I must not deserve to be happy, and that's fine. I will continue doing the things I have to do to persist from one day to the next. And I think the issue is no matter how far removed I gracefully got from the money issue, unpacking that idea of like, well, you still don't really deserve to be happy, that takes a lot longer to fix than any sort of financial problem. I'm very lucky and grateful that the financial problems I was able to solve through, first of all, y'all's help, and a lot of other things that went right in my life, but like unpacking the rest of the nonsense, buddy, that certainly takes a toll. But it's okay. It's okay. Somebody said if God wanted you to be happy, it would have made you born with money. I swear to God, I had thoughts like that every single day as a kid. Like not in those exact words, but variations of those. I was just like, well, I guess some people are just like this. I guess so. Somebody said, once I get resources, I feel guilty that others don't. Yeah. Someone said the imposter syndrome when you leave poverty is insane. It really is. Lord. But that's why I would like to work towards equity, equality for everyone. You know, it would be great. Because I've said this before and I'll say it again. The end goal for me personally of me grinding, because I do work pretty hard still and I am in this capitalist game, is like I just want to not have to worry about money. That's all I wanted. And realizing at some point that me not having to worry about money doesn't actually equal be the most ruthless capitalist you possibly can, I finally started finding some inner peace. I think that that's the same thing that anybody wants, honestly. Some people think that must mean capitalism must persist and you have to accrue all the resources before anybody else can. That way you can be fine and be the one who doesn't have to worry about it. But that's not real. I think the idea is that none of us should ever have to worry about it. But alas, what can you really do? Reading chat. Someone said the only people who deserve money are the people who give it away. That's why no one has money deserves it. Yeah, someone said the same. I don't want to be rich. I just want to not worry all the time and to be able to buy my partner presents. Yes. Yeah, no, like it takes a lot of money to not have to ever worry about it. which is very oxymoronic, and I'm still trying to get there. But alas, what can you really do? What can you really do? Reading chat, really reading chat. Someone says, what's sad is it's not an insane amount of money for people to be happy. No, it's not. I agree. We don't have to be billionaires just to be able to afford life and save for the future. Yeah, no, like, I don't know. But yeah, I think like these conversations online never go well. They never go well, usually, because I think that as influencers, we're supposed to be quite dishonest. And essentially like, oh gosh, guys, yeah, I'm really, oh gosh, yeah, all these problems. No, I have privilege, massive privilege afforded to me by the internet, which I'm grateful for. I just also see this as a problem. I don't know, dude. This sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. Someone said money stress rules my life. The stress from it is crazy. I think the vast majority of like real... never mind. I don't. It's okay. It's okay. Someone said I grew up with money, and I've never fully been able to reconcile with the feeling that I don't deserve it. Yeah, it's like you deserve the happiness that money provides, but there's no reason that money should be the thing to provide it. I don't think society should be set up that way. Does that make sense? That's how I feel. Someone say you're better than the whole damn bunch. No, I just want to be equally as good as anybody else who tries to be somewhat decent. That's all we can do. Someone said wealth inequality stream. I mean, and you know what would be kind of crazy too? Thank you, Joe Schmo, for the $5. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jill Schmill, for the $25. Oh my gosh. Thank you, mysterious username 345, for renewing your membership for the 5th month. This is crazy. I have a little counter right here that tells you how many subscribers, how many channel members. Guys, can we please hit 1,000 channel members? Actually, can you like? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I still need... Someone said, would you go to the gala? No. I still need y'all's support in order to do my job, obviously. But the cognitive dissonance that it actually takes to sit down and accrue money in real time while trying to seem as if you care, but it's too much for me. I'm not big brain enough to pull that off. So I simply disabled everything. I simply disabled everything. You cannot subscribe. I mean, you can subscribe and you should, but you can't join the channel. You can't, I don't know, like ads, sure. If you have an ad blocker, that's fine too. We get enough views. It doesn't really matter. With sponsorships, I will keep doing those. We have some in the works. I think they should be fine. But like someone said, does anybody else not see the subscriber count on the screen? I was being sarcastic. I don't actually have one. Of all the times to like basically ask people to give me $5, it has never come across as more truly like odd than now. It's never come across. Someone said, not me thinking you were reading donations. No, that was just acting. I was acting. Yeah, no, like I can't do the donation stream. Or maybe one thing that I do think would be cool is to do a singular stream where sometime later in the year where I do maybe turn on donations on purpose, but then we keep track of everything that's donated, and then at the end of the stream I will donate it somewhere else. I think that would be fun. I think that I've had that in my mind for a while, because I'm just like, I'm still not really rocking with the donation model, but like they can be useful. So maybe I can promote it for like a few weeks beforehand. Like, we're going to do a donation stream. I want you to give me money. If you have $5, give it to me, your favorite streamer. And then, I mean, not that I'm your favorite streamer. That was very presumptuous, but maybe I am for some of you. And then later, we'll keep like, I'll use a tool to see how much was donated. And by the end of it, we'll just donate everything to something. I don't know, something important. There's many places that could use money. We could feed people. We could provide aid. We could, do all these things. I think that would be kind of fun. Someone said charity stream. Yeah, maybe like one. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to figure things out for sure. I really am. Someone said, are we still doing a fan art review at the end of the year? Yes, we are. You better sit on that fan art if you still have it. I am going to open submissions, and y'all better show me all the things you made this year. Even if it wasn't fan art. Show me the things you did during my stream. I would like to see them. Someone said, me when my name is Charity. I love the idea of a charity stream. Nice. That's a pretty name, actually. All right. Anyways, I've often thought that like words can sometimes make really nice names. That's a stupid thought. Everybody knows that, which is why a lot of people have word names, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Someone said Tiltify is a good website to do that through. Okay, good. Yeah, I think I'll look into that. I'll probably do that. Someone said YouTube takes 30% of the super chats. A link would be better. Yeah, I'll probably figure out a way where it's not just YouTube skimming donations off of my charity stream, in which this money is not even mine, but we're trying to raise it for somebody else. I think I would vastly prefer that. Vastly. Anyways, okay. Getting back into it. Someone said, that's why it's hard to watch certain streamers, because they always point out who's donating to them and asking for more and more. Yeah. 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 I have to take the L on this one, chat. Listen. I don't like taking L's as a content creator. I think streaming is a very legitimate form of work. Honestly, it's a job. And I think like making videos, yes, even internet commentary videos is a legitimate form of work that should be treated as seriously as everything else. But as a streamer, I have to take the L that the streaming donation model is just super weird. It's just really weird. It's strange as hell, especially for larger channels. Again, if you are below a certain sub count, I'm not applying this to you. I think it's a beautiful thing that you can support smaller creators easily. And you should do that if that's something that you can do and want to do. But Lord Almighty, I'd be looking at the monthly view counts and I'm like, if you're past a certain point, dog, this is so weird. This is so weird. It's so weird. I don't know why I'm crossing all of my fingers. Turn off your donations. Sorry, I sound crazy. Right now. So I'm not against donations for asking direct questions. There are too many people in the stream to get questions for everyone. I have mixed feelings on that. I agree with you that I miss a lot of my own chat messages, and my stream isn't even that big. I mean, we always do have hella people in here, but streams can easily be 10 times the size of this one. So I feel like maybe super chats for trying to ask questions makes sense logistically. I do still think like, and I've talked about this before, but like there's something a little lopsided to me about the pay for attention model. Again, in a scenario in which not everybody has equal resources. And by the way, if this sounds like performative or like I'm just doing too much or thinking too hard, sorry, but I do think about these things. I really thought about it and I was like, people can, I guess, pay to read text aloud, and it'll be like, D'Angelo, what do you think about this? And I'll be like, oh, thanks for the $5. Here's what I think. But I was like, you know what? Let's just gamble. Let's gambling. Instead of you being able to pay money for me to see what it is you're saying, what if I just, the only gambling I'll ever endorse, the only one I'll ever promote in my life, just put your message out there and maybe I'll see it and maybe I won't. That's how I feel. Every time you put a message, you are taking a risk. You're spinning a wheel. Is he going to see it? Is he going to see it? Maybe not. Even though I do try to read a lot of them, and I feel like I have a pretty good ratio, but I know I miss stuff all the time. Sometimes even when I'm editing, I will see people say things and I'm like, how did I miss that? But I prefer the gambling model to catching streamers' attention. And maybe that's equally bad, but at least nobody paid $5. You're not getting cheated out of your actual money. Is how I feel. Somebody said Kakigurui Masho. Oh, dude, I love Kakigurui. That's such a good thing. That's a really, really niche reference. And I realized I just read it out loud with the full force of a stan that probably like, it just sounds like I just said word vomit. Kakigurui. That's so funny that you said that. And then I caught that reference. But anyways, yes, all this to say, like, no. No. So this is such a great manga. It really is, though, on God. So it's to be clever enough for your voice to be heard and seen. And to be fair, like, I also feel like people's perspectives are like largely heard in my chat. Maybe is how I feel. Someone said, "No, it's not bad. Now we're all equal." Exactly. Level the playing field. Also, if you've ever wondered why there's no names over here, did y'all know actually that technically, if I wanted to, wait, hold on, filters, crop. There we go. Oh, look at that. I can't read that because the words are really small. Excuse me. If I wanted to, I could totally have everybody's username on here. Because I guess reasons. First of all, that's way too much information on screen, which is one of the major reasons I cropped it out. But also, wait, hold on. I gotta turn it back on. Part of me disabling usernames was literally just because I'm just like, you know what? Y'all all in this together. Y'all all in this together. YouTube may tell you, oh, you're number one in terms of this or that. Don't let YouTube lie to you. You are a single unified force. You obviously have different opinions. I see y'all argue sometimes, even though you're mostly reasonable. You are a single unified force that I will treat as like one sort of input. That's my answer. That's my answer to the parasociality of it all. I can't talk to 1,000 people, certainly not, but I can interact with maybe one energy source, which I feel like y'all combine y'all's efforts for me, which I appreciate. I really do. Someone said I would feel overwhelmed if I saw usernames with the comments. Yeah. Oh, also part of this is because I've tried to massively cut down on the amount of visual information available on my stream at any given point, because I just don't like super overstimulating things, especially the older I get. My tolerance for overstimulation just goes down lower and lower. But yeah, no, I envision an equitable stream where we're all the same, except for me. I guess I have power technically. But everybody else is equal, and it's beautiful. And I think that's politics, baby. Like, everybody being equal, except me, who has more power, is a perfectly just and equitable way to run something. Someone said we are a collective concept. Yes, I think that's beautiful. For legal reasons, this is a joke. We should all be equitable in real life, obviously. But here in the stream, I'm fine holding all the power, even though really it's the mods. It's the mods that hold all the power, because I myself don't even really moderate the chat that much. There are lurkers who technically have the power. Someone said this is a cult. Dude. I'm going to reference that in a second. Someone said I only comment because chat looks completely anonymous. I also agree that me anonymizing chat makes people more likely to share their opinion, because I don't make people feel stupid. I've noticed that. I think like a lot of the times if you do put something there and I single out on your username, and maybe even I disagree super hard, or I single you out, people don't want to chat because you don't want to get dunked on by somebody you're just trying to watch. But because I try to read every comment in good faith and not draw too much attention to any one individual, I feel like people are more likely to talk about it. Anyways, talking about the cult, if you're ever wondering why I had to change my branding, I had to change my branding on this channel from cult to university. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just go to my channel and scroll, and you're going to see my thumbnails used to be different. I used to have a university theme where I uploaded, I think, 70 of those videos where I was like a professor. It was funny. And each of them I would start off by saying like, hey, welcome to my totally legit university. I definitely have a real degree. It was great. But I had to shift off of my initial branding, which was like my channel low-key being a cult. Now, granted, it was less weird because there was no live stream element. I was recording in my room by myself. And I wore this really like like, I don't know how to describe the outfit, but it was very like what people consider to be new age, like beige. I wore so much beige, and I had beige in the background, and it was supposed to be like calming, and I had like a bunch of wood and stuff like that. And I would make these jokes of like, oh hey, welcome to my channel. And a lot of times when I was pulling up sources online, I would have these tabs open, like so I would be over here talking about celebrity number 5, but right here in the background, it would say like, I started a cult, what next? And people would see that in the background. And I was thinking it was all very funny. It was very funny, but I kept consistently getting the minor complaint from some people, not most people, that like, yo, the cult thing just makes me super uncomfortable. As somebody who was like in a cult, I'm super uncomfortable. Or like, as somebody who, like, cults are not a joke or this, that, the other. And I really had to sit with that one. And I had mixed feelings on it. Here's how I feel about that. I was also religiously indoctrinated to an extreme degree. It's just the religion that I was in isn't labeled a cult. So no one ever said that's what I was in. The religion that I was in usually gets labeled the truth, unfortunately, in this country, or a bunch of other things, but it's totally possible to practice it in a cult-like way, and we very much did. So when I was doing all of this cult stuff, it wasn't because I don't think that like cults were serious or a big deal. In some ways, I was kind of just trying to have fun and unpack this irreverent idea of like cult like stuff in the first place, as somebody who myself has had to like spot when somebody is being a cult leader. But seeing that it was making people uncomfortable made me a little bit sad, because I was just like, I can understand being uncomfortable with this. I can. It's just funny how it's coming from the same place as it was for me, which is my experience in very cult-like environments. So what I did was I went to the brainstorm. I was like, okay, I could totally ignore this literal handful of people, because I mean, really, it wasn't affecting the videos that much. But I was like, we can use our brain. We can use our brain. What am I actually trying to say with the cult thing? I know it's a meta commentary. It's a meta commentary on how I'm not a reliable source. that was sort of my main point, is that you really shouldn't be paying attention to me, because I'm literally just some guy talking online. So I worked from that angle, and I was like, okay, let's divorce this from the cult narrative. What are some other ways of positioning yourself as a thought leader while technically not being a reliable source? And then I was like, we could be a scam university. So I revised my aesthetic. I went out and I got a whole background. I started in my mind just seeing like this old world sort of collector, scammy, sort of like hack, faked university aesthetic. I got this sheet that had like a world map printed on it. I put some of my best, oldest looking books in the background. This is where we got the statue of David that I had back there, the bust. I put on my best professor outfit, and I was like, we're gonna stop with the cult thing, but I still want to make the same joke because it was funny. It was funny. So then I started telling people, this is a university. This is an accredited university that's definitely operating legally. And hey, I got all the laughs and people liked it, and I didn't have to make anybody uncomfortable. Yay. Someone said cult to scamming. Yeah, see? So like, someone said scam, I got my PhD from there. Someone said limitations lead to creativity. I saw it as a challenge, honestly, though, because I do feel like as creators or creatives, I'm going to be honest, I still felt that creative urge to just put my foot down and be like, well, that's not what I meant, and just keep doing what I'm doing. But like, I don't know. Isn't it more fun if more people have fun? The scam aspect was really great. It was awesome. And then the reason why I came back this year without any sort of gag or gimmick at all is because I couldn't think of one. Someone says so many sweater vests. I literally had so many copies of that sweater vest. I couldn't think of a gag this time, so I just was like, okay, we don't have to do this one. We really, really, really don't. Someone said listening to you and Austin Crute talk about how you were raised and how you got out is both sad and refreshing to hear how you guys separated yourselves from that. I don't know who that other person is, but shout out to that person if you yourself separated as well. Let's go. Someone said it's totally valid for someone to be triggered by cult jokes, but it's not realistic to only joke about topics one is that no one's uncomfortable with. Exactly. And I just try to find a happy medium. That's all I can do. For me, my happy medium included expanding my jokes a little bit to be what I felt like was more inclusive and a little bit less off-putting. Because, like, also, cults are really bad. They're really bad. They're bad. They destroy people. Someone said, I love the fake degrees you made up. Yeah, no, I put a lot of work into that aesthetic for real. Anyways. Reading chat. Someone said, arguably, the lack of a gag is a gag in it. See, this is why I like you. You're up here. You understand. You're on that wavelength. My new gag is that I'm completely gagless. And truly, that's the gag, if you think about it. Someone said, judging by the fellows in my office, streamers are thought leaders. Well, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. My favorite aesthetic was the minimalist white one in your channel where you had like deep dives, but this pink one's also cool. That was great. I loved that aesthetic so much. Hold on. I know. I'm going to pull it up. I think you're talking about the one that I used in my Lana Del Rey video, as well as a couple of other videos from that time period. Dang, I put up more videos over here than I thought. Okay, yeah. I had like... baby D'Angelo alert, and even though I was a full grown man, not a baby, I had like this stark white aesthetic going on. Hold on, look. It was so clean. I just went with like a blank default color aesthetic where every single element that was on screen, I tried to unpack it, replace it, and deconstruct it in the most minimal way possible. So like, look at this, for example. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, here we go. This headline is an example of that. Here, I'm going to turn off all the other elements. Sorry, chat. Oh, you disappeared. I'm going to disappear too for a second. Like this headline from The Atlantic, which by the way, earlier when I was talking about people being racist towards Beyonce, this is literally what I meant. But like Bill O'Reilly blames Beyonce for black teen pregnancy. The Atlantic, written by Ali Jones, April 29th, 2014. Okay, I'm going to come back for a second. This is like an actual, headline, if I remember correctly. Bill O'Reilly blames Beyonce teen pregnancy, Atlantic. Yeah, there we go. Every single element in all of my videos at this point, I would strip it down and recreate it in Photoshop to match the aesthetic. That way, when you watched it, everything felt like it was all just part of one sort of space. I think it was a nice thing that I like. Because when I edit videos, I want the entire video to feel like it's all part of a similar space, I guess is the best way I can describe it. Even all the tweets. Look at this. I did this with every single tweet. I copied it. I'm copying the attribution at the bottom. Let me not do that. Wait, where am I? Okay, there we go. Every single tweet, I pulled each person's username, each person's profile picture, and I recreated it just so it would look pretty. And I did that manually because I have a problem. I also horrifyingly will do this for long form content as well. I mean, that video was pretty long already, but like in like my Andrew Tate video, for example, which I'm sure would be an interesting watch. Ooh, 4 million views. Crazy. Yes, even in this hour and 40 minute long video, I still did the same thing where every single asset, let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Every single asset I stripped and rearranged. It involved a lot of color correction as well. Let me get rid of myself. Every single attribution I tried to include in the bottom. What else do I have? Oh, there we go. Hold on. I did this for every single video that I showed. I stripped each background. I played the video in the background because I just wanted it all to feel cohesive. But yeah, I have, you can see me right there judging myself. I have a problem. I got a problem. I got a problem when it comes to editing. And if you've ever wondered why I don't edit heavily on this channel, that is why. That is why the only thing I do over here. Someone said, I always wondered how you did it. Manually is crazy. Manually, every single time. That's why the only thing I do over here is cut. Cut. I'll insert a cut. I don't zoom. I don't put text. I don't do nothing. There's no special effects. There's never going to be any background music because, like, putting effort into the edit, I can do that. I'll do that 1,000 times down. I will edit the actual living daylights out of a video time and time again. But I realized, like, if I actually want to be able to yap consistently, I have to let go of my insano mode version of editing, and I have to do it in a way that is easy and fast. Someone says smarter, not harder. Exactly. But no for sure that when you get my next long form video, I am going to edit the heck out of it, because that's me. Like, YouTube really pushes you into over editing of like quick cuts and crazy blah and stuff like that. But like, honestly, I prefer detail work. Vastly prefer detail than flash. I don't know. I just feel like videos work better when it just goes down smoother instead of like trying to constantly brainwash you into, I don't know. It's wild, dog. It's wild. Reading chat. Someone said, Danzo, do you do your own graphic design or do you hire someone? I'm pretty proud to say, actually, that since we're already here on this tangent, I've talked about this before. Every single bit of graphic design that you've ever seen from me was me. Now, granted, I may have to hire people to like maybe do this for me or to create the assets, but a lot of times I'm actually the ones who created the assets. Like, let's see, for example, I don't know, I'll click into this boring Elon Musk video. Like this cute sky thing that I had. Wait, maybe I won't be able to find it. Oh, see, in the background of this video, like you get this moving sky banner that would play back there, which I just think made things feel really nice. Sorry for Elon Musk. I made that. I literally, in Photoshop, I painted the sky thing and I created a video. I was like, okay, the colors are going to fade from daytime to nighttime and then it's going to loop and I can play it on a loop in the background. I did that for my sky aesthetic. I did that for my space aesthetic. That one was really, 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 really nice. That purpley one that I had. Yeah, this whole thing was all me for sure. What other aesthetics have I had on this channel? I don't know. Oh yeah, I've had a lot of like darker gray aesthetics that I experimented with. And yes, I did the same thing. Oh, my teal era. I had that one as well, where I was even like trying to tie the colors inside the video into the actual colors on the screen. I was very, very, very deeply locked in at this point. See, hold on, wait, where is it? Here, I'll turn it off again so you can see what I mean. Like, dog, I really went hard. I went hard. I tried so hard all the time to have nice looking videos 24/7, even when I didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, it's always been me. It will always be me. Even here on this channel right now, it's still me overseeing all of the graphic design work and trying to make things that are nice to look at. And like, no one ever talks about my channel from that perspective, which is fine because I try to make it invisible. I think people mostly talk about, oh, I like his writing, or, oh my God, I changed tabs and what is open is I started a cult. What next? I promise that was there for a reason. And if you were in the stream for the last 15 minutes, you would know why. Anyways, no one ever points out the graphic design of it all. I mean, yes, they do. A lot of people consistently tell me that my videos look nice, but it's okay. I want it all to bubble in the background. For you to always have thought to yourself, like, D'Angelo's videos have always kind of looked nice. I wonder why. Because I did all of that. Every single pixel on screen I typically have arranged with the core want for them to look nice. Oh my gosh. Anyways, that's all I've got. I have no idea how in the world I got to talking about my own graphic design work on my channel. By the way, the same thing applies to the chat too, of like this rounded edges, soft, transparent, warm, dark pink aesthetic that is within just a few shades of my background that I paid artists to animate based off of my own mockup. No AI involved. Like even the text that you have on screen and the exact contrast ratios between the words, I wanted to make sure that if I'm over here and you're blocking me, you can still, or if I'm like, there's something behind the screen, you can still read it because the contrast is high enough. That is very deeply important to me as well. Readability is something that I try to like work on. But yeah, no, like, I don't know. I get so hype over this stuff. I never talk to anyone about it because it's really boring. It's really, really, really boring. And it doesn't sound that interesting, but I swear to God, it's so important to me. It's so important to me. Anyways, someone said they really are always nice to watch. It's amazing how much we're keeping to make quality content. I'm trying, dude. It's especially on my other channels. Now over here, again, trust me, I proudly just yap, cut, and post, which is the only way I put up 48 videos this year. But yeah, I don't know. I've gotta. It's like there's a perfectionist in me. He just won't die no matter how hard I try. But sometimes you just gotta give in. You just gotta give in, dog. You really do. Someone said it's not boring, it's very informative. I love learning this stuff. Yeah, I think the thing is too, like, that's why I'm telling y'all new commentary channels, because there's a lot of y'all. I've noticed there's a lot of y'all. Has anyone noticed that? Has anyone noticed there's a lot of commentary channels nowadays? Wow, there's so many. The only thing that I'm going to tell y'all, y'all better be putting 90.101% of your effort better go into creating something that is visually outstanding as well. Even if nobody in your audience recognizes that you have a unique visual or a unique delivery or unique graphics or maybe unique sound design, even though I don't think commentary videos should have that much sound design. Like, you better be leveling your audio and paying attention to your setup and making sure that things look nice on screen and doing everything nicely, because I just feel like there are literally too many channels. If your channel don't look nice, or at least clean is the main thing, dog, you're posting into the void. You gotta clean it up. You have to clean it up. 90.101% of your effort needs to go into making nice looking videos. I swear to God. I swear. Someone said, to be honest, I just like the way some people yap. I mean, that's true too, though. That's me being picky. I'm deeply opinionated about commentary as a genre, but I also have to remind myself that if I had never put any of that extra work into my videos and I had also just said what was on my mind in a clear and respectful way, then probably I would still be in the exact same position. And the vast majority of my effort is put into things that truly only I care about to a deep extent. But I'm still opinionated. Y'all better have a nice aesthetic or I'm coming for you. Y'all better, it better look nice. I don't care what it is. You could be into space. You could be into stars. You could be into nature. You could be into rocks. I've never seen an underground aesthetic. That would low-key be crazy. Like, you just got like the rock layers or like some subterranean stuff going on. Dark academia, light academia. You could be into crazy colors. Give me rainbow vomit. Just wear the brightest stuff all the time. I'd be like, oh my gosh, my eyes, I love it. Give me something. A little something. Anyways, Someone said the stream circled back to get up and work. Now I sound like James Charles. I'm just like, some channels don't want to do the work. No, just kidding. But yeah, I have to apologize for this stream. I'm sorry. I don't think I've been this off topic in a long time. I sincerely hope that this meant literally anything to any of you. This is my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare is that I hit start stream, and then I show up and I just start ADHDing all over the place. Just pure, unmitigated, tangential energy. That's how I feel, or like what I feel like I'm always in danger of doing. And usually I'm pretty good at staying on topic, but the truth of the matter is I've been recording for 1 hour and 58 minutes, and I think I've not spent even close to half of that talking about the actual topic, because today was just one of those days. Today was just one of those days. Somebody said, I love your tangents, that's the vibe. Yeah, so I bet we're ADHDers here, we're never off topic. I mean, that's the thing too, though, like, I've literally never gone on a tangent. That's the number one thing I don't know how to explain to neurotypical people, or specifically maybe people who don't experience ADHD the way that I do. Me personally, I don't go on tangents. I continue following my train of thought in the correct direction. For me, it always leads to the right destination. Now, granted, there may be 5 station changes. I may actually go in a circle, and sometimes I'm like, how the hell did I get on a plane when this was supposed to be a train trip? But at the end of the day, when we pull up to the station, I will have gotten to where I need to go. As someone with ADHD, I am proud to tell you, I actually don't go on tangents, and I pretty much don't even get distracted while I'm talking. That's not what I'm doing. That's just me. A lot of people may have ADHD, and they may feel like that doesn't represent them, but I'm just telling you, I have this specific kind where I'm like, baby, we're never off topic. We is never off topic. We are literally always on topic. I swear to God. Start a running topic of everything I mentioned from the beginning of the stream to the end of the stream. I will 100% have made sense in my own head. Swear to God. The only issue is having the disorder. The things that make sense in my own head, they don't make sense to other people. And that's the thing that I recognize within my own heart. Okay, fine, I admit that me talking about graphic design is my passion in a Met Gala stream sounds like we've gone off the rails, but I'm just telling you, we're gone off the rails onto another set of rails that's still going to get us to the right station. That's how I feel. But I am ill. Someone said I have 500 tabs and open and I need all of them. That's what you get. Like, we need the tabs. Like, the tabs are necessary to complete the task. It's not distraction. Somebody says, so me, like, if I'm going off on a tangent, trust that it's all according to plan to make the ending harder. Exactly. Bro, I swear to God, it's all on my timing. I really sometimes feel, honestly, this is how I feel yapping with ADHD. Especially, by the way, if I'm talking about anything related to my hyperfixations. I feel like I'm doing this when I'm talking. This is what you have to do, because there's so many things going on simultaneously. And you can't let any of them slip away. That's the worst thing, is when you're trying to have a conversation with somebody and then you realize suddenly that there's another fully formed train of thought, and you also need to say that as well. Does that happen to anybody? Especially for you to stay on track. The twisted entangledness of it is what really bothers me sometimes. In order to stay on track, sometimes it necessitates me having to stop and explain an entirely different thing. That's me processing information in what for me is a normal way. So yeah, it really sucks talking about something and then realizing like, oh, wait a second, I'm probably gonna have to stop and talk about insert this other topic for like at least 5 minutes before they even get to the part where it makes sense why I had started talking about this unrelated thing. Like, dog, it's not good, but I wouldn't change it for the world. I mean, I do change it on purpose. Shout out medication, shout out therapy, but like, you get what I'm saying. I wouldn't change it for the world. No, never. Absolutely not. Someone said me and my boyfriend struggle with it so bad. Yeah, it can be really rough, like talking to people who are not used to your communication style. And then what you wind up having to do is like develop a bunch of other communication styles that work better for other people. I know I have those in the bag. Like, if you need me to just be on topic, I guess I will. To me, you're not going to get the same level of depth out of me that you would if I was actually able to yap, but I'll do it if I have to. It sucks, but I can be focused. But I just see that as an unnecessary box, especially in the context of a live stream where I frequently stream for up to 4 hours a day. There is no incentive for me to stay on track whatsoever. You have the magic of technology to go back, and if you miss something, you can find it, or wait until the video comes out and I stitched it all together into something that makes sense. The fact that I have gotten 48 full videos out of my stream rants and rambling, each of which makes sense in a vacuum, that's all the proof you need. That's all the proof you need that I'm always on topic, period. Anyways, that's all. Someone said, yes, that's why I take so long telling stories. I need to explain 4 different things to set the decor. Literally, like, come on. You got to give people something to eat. Like, hello? That's how I feel. Someone says it's me relating something someone says to a song and then randomly singing it. The levels are deep, dude. You got to do what you got to do to, like, understand people. And if that involves sounding like a crazy person, not a word that I would use to describe other people, but I'll happily use it to describe myself. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you really got to do. Reading chat. Someone said people tell me a lot to be a streamer because of my ADHD yapping. It's the je ne sais quoi. Yes, there's certainly something about this method of thinking that lends itself perhaps to a long stream. Oh my gosh. Anyways, shout out Light Yagami, one of the worst people ever, by the way. One of the greatest characters. Yes, one of the worst human beings. Like, dude is so hateable. You this is literally has to be one of the most self-righteous, despicable, delusional characters that has ever been created, not just in anime, but in any sort of popular media. Absolutely the worst person ever, while simultaneously thinking he is actually God. My idol. Truly my biggest inspiration. No, I'm kidding. I've said this before and I'll say it again, but my biggest inspiration will always be Ryuk from the series. He's the one that I wake up every day and try to make sure I look like. That's very important to me. But in the back of my mind, I want to have as much confidence as Light Yagami. I want to be this confident in everything I do while being an absolute idiot. That's how I try to live my life. Like I'm really Light Yagami, thinking there's he's never gonna catch me, and just acting like somehow I know what I'm actually doing and everything will just fall into place. It's a very useful way of going about your life a little bit, as long as you're not screwing people over, or in Light's case, writing down their names in a magical notebook that instantly kills them according to your instructions, which is definitely not a good thing, but still a pretty interesting character. Oh my gosh. Anyways, moving on from Light Yagami, moving on from Death Note, moving on from all of these tabs. What all do I have open? Okay, we have some pictures of the Met, closing these as well. Someone said I wanted to be L so bad. L is he's a good idol as well. Excuse me. In fact, he's a much better role model than someone like Light. Someone said Team L. Okay, fine. I'll pull him up. I'll pull him up as well. L Death Note. To briefly say, I make this point every few weeks, but this is just a PSA. A PSA to all the guys out there, or anybody really, but mostly the guys. If you think in your minds, I'm going to generalize, and I'm sorry. Forgive my generalization, but this is guy talk. Even though I barely have any men in my audience. There's a lot of them, but not that many. You may think in your mind that in order to quote unquote get the girls, you may have to give this, right? You got to give the rock, you've got to be the biggest, the baddest, right? The most swole, beast mode, masculine, ideal, or whatever. But I'm telling you right now, that's not what some of them want. Some of them actually way more than you would realize. They want this. I know that the dudes are gonna watch this and think he's literally coping just because he is some, I don't know, twiggy weirdo who dresses crazy as well. But I'm being honest. I'm just going off of my lived experience. I have in my life encountered more people who would take this over this any day. And I have gotten more out of life by leaning into the this than the this. Trying to lean into this as a guy was very detrimental for me. It doesn't work. It doesn't come very naturally. Whereas this, there's a certain je ne sais quoi, as that one commenter said earlier. Somebody said, yeah, see, look, we've got some agreeers in the chat. Obviously, this doesn't apply unilaterally to all people, but I'm just telling you, there's hope for you yet. You just got to be interesting and not a terrible person. You got to be a terrible person. Somebody said depends on your location. True. But you can switch it up though. That's the thing that I feel like guys don't realize. I don't know why we're so obsessed with changing ourselves when in reality, the only change you need to do is on the inside, really, and trying to be a good person. If you're not rocking with people, or if people are not rocking with you on the outside, just go somewhere where they are. That's the thing. You don't have to make everybody love you. I realized that early on. I was like, I can be my weird self with as many piercings and odd tattoos and bald head pictures as I want, as long as I just go somewhere where that's what people want to see. And I moved up in life, for real. Someone said intriguing and mysterious is better than big, buff, and boring. Literally. Someone said high key Ryuk too. Okay, hold on though. Hold on. You're getting into dicey territory. It is very true that maybe within the bucket of perhaps women who maybe would prefer this to this. Again, I'm just observing. I'm just making observations. Some of them actually prefer this to any other option. And you know what? More power to you. If you can pull that off, look, you can transcend humanity entirely. Why even try to seem like a man at all when you can come across as an entity, a shinigami, something odd, something strange, something not for this world? But yeah, no, I'm somewhat joking. Obviously, conversations on attraction and trying to generalize things into a binary gendered view are never going to unilaterally apply to everyone, but I'm still right. I'm telling you, dog, you're out here worried about whether or not she's going to notice if your arms are 5% bigger than they were last week. And she's over here thinking about Ryuk from Death Note. You lost from the very beginning, but that's okay. That's okay. Y'all is not ready. Y'all is not ready for that. I just don't think like men as a species, like we're not there. A species, as if we're somehow a separate species. This loneliness epidemic. This loneliness epidemic, or as I like to call it, we all know my term for it, the male skill issue epidemic. Dog. Remain there. My hot take, actually, this is a terrible take. My hot take is the male loneliness epidemic, honestly, is a good thing. I think until we can, as men, work on some of these issues that contributed to nobody wanting to interact with us in the first place. More so than this actually being the fault of women or anything. I'm like, maybe it's good that you have your own special little space right now where you feel like, oh, no one's paying attention to me. Great. Lock in. I feel like you're in the middle of loneliness. This is your chance to get your life together and stop being whack as hell. Get a personality. For the love of God, learn a hobby. Become a more interesting person. Do literally anything. Someone said remain there until they are ready to change. Literally, the male loneliness epidemic, which is not real, is literally just time out. It's just time out for guys. We can come out of time out when you stop acting like a dinkus. That's how that works. Have you never been a child? We all learned this from an early age. You get put in timeout when you're bad, and you can get out of timeout when you stop acting like a silly goober, even though there's nothing silly about the nasty attitudes that are pervading right now throughout the male sphere. But you get my point. If you want out of timeout, then do better. Be better. Someone said timeout is so funny. You're in timeout. And you put yourselves there. That's the craziest thing. A lot of guys would agree with me and be like, yeah, women put us there. No, you literally walked into the corner of your own volition and said, I'm just going to stand here. You keep screaming at women saying, come into the corner with me. Come join me in the corner. It sucks over here, but I want you to join me in the corner. And the only thing everybody else is saying is like, can you get out of the corner because it really sucks over there and come interact in the real world? And guys are just like, no, I want to stay in timeout. And so we just stay here, Blair Witching it in the corner. That is what the male loneliness epidemic actually is. And it's on some levels hilarious if it wasn't actually so bad, mentality wise. It's so stupid. So stupid, dog. Someone said telling nothing but truths. I'm really like, let me see if I can find the Blair Witch imagery I'm trying to find. Blair Witch corner. One of the most unforgettable images that you will ever see in a movie. It's literally, this is dudes right now. Dog, this is dudes right now in the middle of the loneliness epidemic. This dude, I don't remember if this was a dude in the movie. Dude right now has his AirPods in and he's listening to a podcast about how bad women are. This is the epidemic, just facing this wall right here. And the only thing anybody is saying is like, dog, turn around. Take your AirPods out. Stop wallowing. I'm literally spitting out of frustration. But yeah, these guys just seem really, really deeply unwilling to do the bare minimum of just not being that. So the epidemic will continue until morale improves, I guess. I suppose. Somebody said on point. See, that's how I perceive it personally. And that's coming from me, a guy. Lord. Anyways, closing all these tabs. Oh my gosh. This is so funny. Yeah, this stream just wound up being about literally everything. Some said, I don't think they know how with their mindset. Well, that's on them to figure out. I agree with you that the echo chambers that people are operating in are not conducive to them growing as a person, but they'll figure it out, or hopefully to their own benefit. And if not, the corner remains. It is what it is. That being said, though, men still do have a lot of issues. It sucks being a man in this society. Not more than it does other genders. It's not a comparison. I'm just saying being a man under patriarchy doesn't only mean that you have more power than other people. It also means that you're honestly being oppressed and held to these standards that are really deeply harmful, sometimes deadly and dangerous for you as an individual. They really just kill you on the inside. But again, like, that's men, though, at the end of the day. It's a patriarchy. It's us doing this. I want to be free as well, but that's not the responsibility of anybody to fix other than me. It's so stupid, honestly. So yeah, no, there's problems, but you're gonna have to work on those yourself, if I'm being for real right now. Someone said it's important to talk about men too, not to compare in any way. Yeah, and like, it's all about context. Like, if you were in a space where women are talking about problems that they're experiencing and you're over here trying to talk about, oh, men too. I'm sorry, I'm not taking you seriously. I'm not doing it. I'm not taking you seriously. As a man, if you start ranting and rambling about men's rights in spaces where people are actually talking about feminism, or trying to like have equality or safety for women or other people, I can't take you seriously. However, I'm here for all kinds of conversations about what it actually means to be a man under patriarchy, and how can we free ourselves from that if we can't admit that we're being oppressed in the first place. But that's its own separate conversation that does not have to actually detract from anybody else literally yelling and demanding safety and freedom, which they deserve, obviously. That's how I feel. Personally, someone said the patriarchy screws all of us over so hard. Yeah, it's just not good for any. I mean, like, it affords certain people more power than others, but that doesn't actually mean it's good for everybody. That's the thing that I feel like we're not understanding. And by we, I mean dudes who are maintaining these power structures. Someone said as soon as they say female, I'm out. Yeah. I think in general, the first thing you can do as a guy, here, I'll leave you with some advice. Since somebody said, are men ever going to change? I'll leave you with some advice as a guy. I think the best thing you can do is figure out why the word female bothers a lot of women. Not all of them. Some women refer to themselves as females, which is fine. But identifying why that gives people the ick will literally explain everything that is wrong with society. I know that sounds like a jump, but I'm being serious. Once you understand the dichotomy of how it's men and females, you really start realizing, like, wait, I'm talking about these people weird, and I'm thinking about them weird, and I'm lumping them all together, and I'm not even treating them like people. And like it really just starts trickling down, and you're just like, oh yeah, men and women. Okay, it makes more sense that way. Someone said no, for real, because female what? Female plant, female cat? Yeah, no, like, the phrase or the word female itself is not a slur, obviously, but when you are like reducing a human to just that, like, oh, there's a female, I'm talking to some females, oh, some females just walk past, dog. And then especially when you start talking about the problems with quote unquote females, no. Someone said I hate being referred to as female. Sorry. Yeah, and you're within your right too. It's why I don't use the term. I don't think I've ever really said it personally. Like, I've certainly said it before. It was explained to me that it was incredibly weird and I should stop doing that because people are getting the ick from me. And I was like, what? I'm not trying to give people the ick. Like, but yeah. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. Someone said I don't even say male. Yeah, I don't think I typically refer to people as males. I'll say male loneliness epidemic because that's what it's called. But yeah, I think in general, the problem with the phrase female as it's applied to women by men is the problem with a lot of language, which like people don't realize how important of a tool language is for marginalizing people. it's baked into our languages. Well, especially English, right? I can only really speak for English. Totally baked into just standard English usage to dehumanize women. I know there's a lot of dehumanizing language for Black people, baked into just the English language. Certainly for like people from other places as well. Everything is so deeply othering. And that's why like it might not seem that deep, but it is actually very deep, you know? Like, don't call me and my homies blacks. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, please. Because you have just used a word, surely, but by reframing this as a more person-centric thing, I think you're going to wind up cultivating healthier mindsets. Black people, women, which is a person who may be female or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's the same thing too of like, I just think person-centric language will literally almost always be the right answer. Like it's pretty hard to offend people by calling them a person. Is that a homosexual or is that a gay person? You know? Is that a trans or is that a trans person, a trans woman, or just a woman? Doesn't matter if she's trans. Like, there's so many contexts in which we are using language to unnecessarily separate people from their own humanity, and it's wild. Someone said there's misogynistic terms just for Black women. Intersectionality is real. Yes, I'm talking about dehumanizing terms for women and then dehumanizing terms for Black women, and then the overlap is literally crazy. And like, there's so many levels that one could approach this from, and people who are smarter than me do so, thankfully. But it's wild. Someone said, I'm so tired of, well, they are females. And you are stupid, but I can't say that because it's true. Shaking my head. Yeah, no, like, at the end of the day, if somebody's telling you, someone say you're one of them queers. I am, but like, let me say that. At the end of the day, if somebody's telling you that they don't want to be called something, don't call them that. If they're telling you that they don't want to be referred to as this or that just makes them uncomfortable, change your behavior. I know that might be inconvenient for you, but I don't care. I think it is always the right thing to do to change your behavior when it comes to referring to people in ways that respect them personally. That's it. That's all. I don't think it's ever more complex than that. I really don't. Never. Someone said the they thems. That's a great example of it. They them is really bothering you. It's really wigging you out. But like, I just don't think of singular people that way, even though yes, you do. Well, tough luck. You better learn quick. That's all I have to say, really. Someone said it's so simple. It's so simple. Just change your behavior to accommodate others. I have to do it all the time. And the crazy thing is, it's not even actually annoying. I feel smarter when I get corrected. Hey, you said this thing and actually like low key, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. And here's why. I'm like, oh, I just got 5% smarter. Let's go. Soon one day I will be so big brain that I will be L from Death Note instead of Light Yagami. And then we'll have finally won, honestly. Someone says it really depends on who's using these terms. Things sound a certain way coming from certain people, like when a fellow woman calls me girl versus an older man. Well, that's true too. Like if I'm talking to, let's say I'm in a group and I'm talking to people who are gay, for example, and somebody just says, oh, well, you know, that's the thing about gays is insert whatever. That's obviously not offensive, right? You can low-key refer to yourself however you want. I think gay people refer to themselves as gays all the time. I mean, many of them do. I'm just talking from personal experience, but like hearing that come from somebody who is not gay is just, it doesn't hit the same. Some straight person saying, oh, that's the thing about gays. I'm like, whoa, run that back right now. And yeah, I think I would agree too with like gender terms as well. Like, you can refer to yourself and your people however you want. That's truly up to you. It's not something I would like to dictate, but coming from me, some of this stuff might sound crazy. And that's why I don't say it. That's why I don't say it. It's easier not to. Reading chat. Someone says, I was going to say, what do you think of neopronouns? Because people use them all the time when people say stuff like bro is eating. Neopronouns are great. And I hope that we get to a point where people realize how much sense they do make. That's my hope on neopronouns. I think people hear the phrase neopronoun and they think like, wait, so your pronouns are not he, she, or they? You're they, zer, etc. And people start thinking to themselves, oh no, the existence of these neopronoun users must mean that one day we will live in a world where every single person picks their own pronouns and gender is not a real thing. And I won't know how to refer to anybody without checking first. And it's like, yes, that's kind of the idea. It's not really that weird if you think about it. Someone says, what are neopronouns? Essentially exactly that. Pronouns that are neither he, she, nor they. Whether that's like other terms that exist or terms that maybe this person came up with or whatever. But we're never going to get there unless we stop thinking about gender as something that is like has rules, because it doesn't really have rules in the traditional sense, which is why neopronouns make sense under this context, in which gender is just a thing that each person does to express themselves in the most comfortable way and not by abiding by rules that society itself has outlined ahead of time. Does that make sense? Someone said bro is a neopronoun. It really is. If you're like bro is eating, who's going to tell bro that that's not a good idea? Bro really thought bro did something. Like, you have literally just substituted a special word for pronouns in which you typically would have used he, but you use neither he nor she nor they. It's very interesting, honestly. Someone said people are so weird about gender nonconformity. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, like neopronouns, the more the merrier, honestly. I'll do my best to respect them. Again, like I apply the same thing to everybody. Does that mean I'm going to remember off the dome? No, but why would I not make the same effort that I would make for everybody? You know what I mean? I also think too, people vastly overestimate like the seriousness of some of this stuff. On the one hand, there's nothing more serious than just respecting people, but on the other hand too, like, what is wrong with exploring gender? What is wrong with positing new ways of referring to people or thinking about things, etc.? Like, I don't know, dude. It's you're gonna hate this because now we're getting too terminally online, but like, I even think about people kind of having like different genders online than they have in real life. Does anybody have that? Be honest. Has anybody had that at any point? At one point, I did have a different gender online than I did in real life. Right now, they're aligned. They're aligned completely. I would tell somebody in real life, yes, I'm a non-binary man, or I would tell somebody online or in person, the same thing. But there was a time when, in order to figure out, yeah, a lot of people are saying me, in order to figure out what my actual gender was, I had to perform a separate one on the internet in chat spaces. And I was like, oh, okay, no, this feels right. And then I had to take the elements of that gender performance and merge them with the elements of the other one and see what I was comfortable with. But like, even the context, even the fact that you can technically do that in terms of your gender expression should tell us a lot about how not rigid any of this is in the first place. Someone said yes because I can't come out. It's equally valid though. Like, whatever your reason is, however you have to or want to or choose to or must present, like, it just don't make no sense to slot it in boxes when it's so deeply fluid and variable, honestly. Someone said I'm they, them online and she, her in real life. That is literally insanely valid. I feel like we don't even talk about that a lot. I think as it might lead some people to believe low key that like you were not taking it seriously or that you're admitting on some level like, oh, it's not real. No, that's literally not what it is. It's just using different pronouns in different spaces. Like, all of this is your real gender if you so choose. That's the most interesting thing about it. But yeah, we're not there yet. Womp womp womp. It's very sad. It's rough, buddy. It's pretty bad, honestly. Reading chat. Someone says sometimes I pretended to be a boy while playing Minecraft so people would take me serious. It's an interesting thing. Like, I feel like a lot of people have these experiences with gender that other people might not realize as you temporarily trying to be gender nonconforming in some way, form or other. It's just, I don't know. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Someone said I'm more they them online and see her in public. Yeah. I also feel like for me personally, it does cross. Well, okay, hold on. I can't speak for all of you. But for me, as a child, it was the most normal thought ever to imagine myself as other genders. And I'm talking about, I had never heard the term LGBT or transgender in my life. I was literally just a child, like probably 3 or 4. And I understood boy and girl, but I was just like, but what if I was a girl though? And like that thought didn't go anywhere for me because I'm not a woman. But it could have. I just think it's the most natural thing ever. Like no matter who you really are, just essentially thinking about yourself and just like, am I what everybody said I was? I don't know. Reading chat. Someone said I didn't do that. Yeah, no, I'm sure many of you were just like, I was this one thing and I am forever this thing, which makes sense. A lot of people are just very cis in that way. But I guess me being a kid, like the gender thing never, I don't know. Someone said as a kid, I didn't know what trans was and I called myself genderless. Yeah, no, I think what I'm getting at here is a lot of times people will try to frame non-binary identities or other gender non-conforming or agender things as like some sort of new invention because we live in the age of the internet and Tumblr happened, and this is why the kids all want to, I don't know, dye their hair and change their pronouns or whatever transphobic rhetoric you're spewing. But the truth of the matter is, like, this is just being a human in society. This is just being a person who exists and thinking about yourself in any capacity, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said I did too, very agender online. I'm trans, mask, non-binary. Let's go. Someone says I've always considered myself an entity, bro. And even though I'm femme presenting, I still feel like an entity and nothing more. Yeah, literally. Reading chat. Someone said I had such an identity crisis at 15 and realized I'm not binary, but I didn't have the language to explain it, to suppress it, until 4 years later I found the label. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, if these were actually just like fake or trendy things, then how the heck do so many people have the lived experience of realizing they were this without having a word for it? I think that happens. That I know that happens just from talking to my friends, to a lot of people, of like being a child and you're just like, oh, I'm totally insert this LGBTQIA plus identity. But like you didn't know what that thing was. You just knew what you were. Because the thing about labels is they're really only useful linguistically, but they don't change who you actually are. you are who you are, regardless of if you know the term of it. But yeah, these things are real, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said, and when people are like, oh, it's just a phase. Excuse me, what's wrong with having a phase? Oh yeah. More justice, please, for like, dude, we gotta normalize the idea of phases being a healthy part of human development. We definitely do. I think that's one thing that we have so backwards right now that is so, it causes so much imposter syndrome in people. Cause like you, let's say you're, I don't know, like, I'm just making things up. Let's say you're bi and you have what you think is a bi phase. And you tell people this, like, yes, I am bisexual now. This is a thing. This is true. This is real. This is who I am. I know it's true. And then at some point, you realize, oh, that's not what I was, or it's not what I am, or it's not what I am now. You get shamed so badly. People will say, well, we knew you were faking, or like they will imply essentially that they were right all along. They will, I think this is really, 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 really tricky though, because simultaneously you don't want to imply that people's actual sexualities or genders are phases. It's multiple things being true at once. if somebody actually is bi, you should not tell them it's just a phase until they meet the right person. And then you'll turn straight. By the way, how come the end result of the phase is always turning straight? Why didn't nobody ever say being straight was a phase? I never saw that. No one ever says like, oh, Timmy, gosh, he's just super obsessed with Sally, but I'm sure that's just a phase. He'll go back to being gay as hell. No, it's always the phase ends in you being cis het. But anyways, you don't want to tell people who are really living their lives the way that they are in phases, but you really shouldn't tell people that it's bad that they may have potentially mislabeled or changed or misunderstood or whatever. Like, you should feel free to identify however you want whenever you need to. I think that's true. It doesn't matter if you're my age, 27, and you're like, oh my God, I have told people that I was this and that, and then I took this back, and then I came out, and then I uncame out, and I changed this about myself, and then it doesn't matter. All of those things are good. Those are good things to do. If that's what you have to do to get to somewhere approximating comfort and you being happy and healthy in your own skin, I'm glad you did that. The more phases, the merrier, honestly. For real, for real. Someone says we do change, but so does our understanding of ourselves, and that's okay. Literally. Reading. Someone says all just learning. Yeah. Someone said they told Queen Latifah being straight was a phase. Someone said your mom's just a phase. Nice. Your mom's just a phase. Someone said the bi erasure when you're in a het relationship. Smile. Oh yeah, no, that's. I experienced this tangentially. Because like I could theoretically, I guess, be in a relationship with a woman if that was something I wanted to do, ? Nothing about me precludes that from happening. But the idea that society would view me as straight because of this is sorry. I actually like, okay, now we're reaching levels of LGBT that I think are breaching containment, but I agree. I agree that actually looking at two people, one is a man and one is a woman, and assuming that both of them are straight, even that is a bad thing that we should stop doing because it is not good. But again, that's not even going to make sense to most people. You're like, what do you mean? Straight people can't even be straight anymore? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a lot of people who are in what appear to you to be straight relationships, but really they're just like heterosexual relationships, and that they may have different genders, but nothing about this demands that either person must actually be straight. And they'll try to say, like, if you are a bi person, you're a bi woman and now you're with a man, like, okay, great, you're being straight now. No, you isn't. No, you ain't. Oh my gosh, it's wild. Someone said, as a gay person, I've been guilty of that for real. I've got to stop. We all have work to do. I know I myself have so much to unpack for real. Actually, wait, you just brought up a tangent that I've never talked about online. I have criticism for the gays. I have criticism for the gays. Actually, this exclusively and explicitly, this goes out. Shout out to all my gay people out there. This one's for you. I think I do spend a lot of time talking about the cringe that emanates from, well, straight people. Lots of criticism there, but this one's for some of y'all. I need y'all to stop acting like the people in your life who you understand may not be straight are still faking if they do something that's heterosexual. And when I say y'all, I don't mean all of you. I just mean the people who do it. I'm not going to pull actual song lyrics because then it sounds like I'm coming for specific people. But it's actually a pretty common lyric. It's a pretty common lyric. I encounter this one a lot, and it really bothers me as somebody who could technically be in a relationship with anybody. This lyric of like, it's me, the gayest person ever, and I like you, but you're in a relationship with a girl. Ew, you're faking. Come be actually gay with me. That's your true self. You're lying to yourself. And I'm just like, how do I explain without sounding like crazy that this is actually absurdly biphobic? I'm not saying, like, listen, some people do sadly live lies. They do. For whatever reason, they will go out and live a lie, and it's not good. And maybe the people around them do know them better than they know themselves or something like that. But it's too common of a narrative, and it makes me really uncomfortable. Someone said, okay, wait, clarify. Okay, I didn't want to have to clarify, but I will give you an example. I will give you an example. I'll give you an example. Someone said, is this about good luck, babe? I'm going to give another example that I think most people would not be familiar with. That way it doesn't just sound like I'm calling out random celebrities. I pulled a random track from a queer artist that I think is a beautiful song. I don't think the song itself is problematic. I love this song and I sing it to myself and cry. But in the track, Don't You Think I Do Enough by Lontalius, which is a man singing to a man, you get the lyric, because your love centered around girls doesn't resonate. It doesn't strike a chord. It's this lyric right here that I have encountered not once, not twice, not thrice, a lot of times. Consuming content that it's for queer people. I want to hear queer perspectives, and running into this roadblock of, you did something that seems straight to me and you must be faking. There are so many people are saying this is about good luck, babe. Okay, dude, I don't think it's a good idea. This might sound stupid, but I don't think it's a good idea for me as a man, I'm just being honest, to pick out this song that is written by a lesbian and about lesbian relationships and say, oh, Chapel is not being inclusive. That's why I'm not using Good Luck Babe as an example, especially because I don't exactly know what this song is. I don't know what this song, I mean, okay. You know, for the love of God, please don't lump this into Chapel Roan hate, which is not something I want to participate in. But it is this thing again, this chorus of, you can kiss 100 boys in bars, shoot another shot, try something, feel like you can say it's just the way you are. I don't think that this song is about trying to erase bi people. That's not what I think the song is about at all. What I mean is, like, this is similar rhetoric that you get across a lot of artwork that engages with people who sorry, I'm literally getting uncomfortable trying to explain this. It's just, like, run into it a lot, and it leads me feeling like I don't know how to explain to people that you can't be multiple things. Again, this has nothing to do with Chapel Roan at all. Nothing to do with Chapel Roan. I'm just trying to show examples of the specific lyrics so I don't sound like an idiot or like I'm vague posting. God, I don't know how to explain it. And maybe I'm doing a bad job explaining it. Which is why I shouldn't even be doing it. So that's more about them ignoring their own feelings. I think, like, what I've run into is that outside of the context, someone said, what's your opinion on people saying men can be lesbians? I don't have an opinion on that. I know I certainly can't be one. Outside of the context of what the song is or is not about, I run into a bastardized version of this emotion in other places, is what I'm trying to say. even if this is not what the song is, which I don't think it is. Chapel's not some crazy biphobic like idiot who's purposely going to put out a biphobic song. But what I mean is this idea of you're doing these things that seem straight or whatever, but I know that this isn't your heart. Sometimes people will say that even if they don't know that it's not your heart. And I'm only talking about personal experience. Like, it leaves me feeling like, oh, well, am I not being one thing enough? Or am I not being another thing enough? And I feel really trapped sometimes, or like, I don't know where I fit into this. So what I mean is, like, I'm not trying to silence important conversations. I'm more so just like using out of context examples intentionally because somebody asked me to clarify. This is why I didn't want to bring this song up, because again, that's not what the song is about. But even the fact that people were thinking about that song is kind of because, again, that energy gets used a lot outside of this specific framework, but still within the community, to kind of sometimes shame people who are doing things that are perceived as straight when really they're not even expressions of non-LGBT stuff. Someone said I was just reacting to a girl she was not into publicly being into her. Yeah, no, like, again, that's not what the song is. But hopefully, like, can we do the multiple things thing where it's like she wasn't obviously being biphobic, but the thing that she said clipped out of context gets used a lot in biphobic conversations, which is why I was trying to keep my thoughts from drifting away from that, from being one of the defining, like, you better be as gay as you actually are songs. It's, again, like, these things are complex. It doesn't mean like you're coming for somebody by pointing this out, but I really hope that came across correctly. I really did hope that came across right, and not like, because I can't think of anything more annoying than like a non-lesbian offering up opinions on this song, but that's not what I was trying to do. It's hard for me to come up with examples off the dome. I'm sorry. I really should have just stuck with my initial first example, which was about men, and I think I was doing a better job explaining. when I stuck to the one example. You have to be really careful with the things that you talk about, because then people are gonna... It's so stupid on my part. It's okay though. Someone said we understand. Good. Okay, yeah. This, like, I wouldn't put this in a video because I don't think people would understand what I'm saying. They're just gonna interpret it as me. I don't know how they're gonna interpret it, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Reading chat. Someone said, I get your point. Okay. Thank you. Thank God for getting my point. Someone said, I disagree with you, but you are being disrespectful. I don't even know if you would disagree per se. Because essentially, I'm still not saying the song itself is bad. I'm just mostly talking about my experience of running into similar mindsets from people who don't know me. People who don't know me and think that maybe because sometimes I might seem or be, I don't know, not straight or whatever, I can't possibly do anything that they may perceive as straight. Like, it's just not great, honestly. It's not great. So it's because people were bringing her up. Yeah, I only mentioned her because it came up like 10 times. But yeah, random chapel hate, stupid, bad. Not here to participate in that. So people will hear what they want to hear. They will. Well, y'all don't understand how, like, literally paranoid I am about this, though. And I reserve my right to be paranoid. I really do. Because, like, of all the things that people will label you online, I don't care if y'all label me like an SJW, or like if you label me, I don't know, like a virtue signaler and all of these things. These aren't things that I put any sort of thought into. But when you're trying to explain a point, especially like your actual experience to people by using pop culture examples, and then you wind up getting labeled like, oh, you're, I don't know, like lesbophobic. Or you are like a Zionist. That one time that happened, when that's not what I was doing at all. You are like, I struggle really deeply with this. And so I'm constantly trying to clean up behind myself and just tilt my head and squint my eyes and make sure that I don't, God, it's so stupid. Anyways, yeah, I have a little bit of minor trauma online sometimes from like saying the right thing, but the wrong way, and using the wrong examples, and then just getting like blasted and essentially considered to be an op, when that's never what I thought I was doing. I thought we were all here to talk about the same things. Womp, 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 womp. Oh no. Someone said you don't have to dance around such an open thought and concept. It's pretty obvious what you mean. I don't know, dog. Like, it just sucks. It just sucks. Like having, I don't know if I'll ever explain this in a way that makes sense, but like having people call you stupid things that you don't care about being doesn't matter. That's why I'm never nice when I say this is racist. I'll just call it racist. I don't care. I don't care about your feelings. They're completely irreverent or irrelevant to me, and I will be completely irreverent in my dismantling of such. If you're racist, you could die. But like, when it comes to people actually saying, no, you are now being this phobic or this ist or this, that, the other. And I'm just like, oh no, I don't want to be that. Save me. Save me. So it's okay. Sometimes I over-explain myself in an attempt to like unnecessarily try to field off controversy that's not even coming my way, but it's just because it's mentally tough for me to experience getting labeled a bunch of things that you try really hard not to be, honestly. It's okay. But yeah, the only people I want to be angry and upset with me are, I don't know, bigots. All of you should be mad and hate my content. You should think I'm an op, but nobody else, like, I don't know, it's not fun to like dunk on random people. Reading chat. Someone said, I got a death threat in a different language and got called xenophobic once. Someone said, it's so dangerous when other people start assuming you engage from bad faith. Yeah, that's the tricky thing too, is like, I am capable of engaging in bad faith for sure if I misunderstand something, but I almost never intentionally do that. Which is also why I explain things so much. Like, I don't think it's cute, fun, or interesting to purposely misunderstand something and then argue from that position of misinterpreting what someone said to the end of having an annoying online argument and winning. I usually try to understand what people are actually saying and try to build things back up into their proper context to have discourse about them. But I think people are so used to like the rage bait of it all. Sometimes I do come into myself thinking like, oh, he's here saying this mostly because he just wants to start a fight. And I'm just like, no. Someone said bad faith has to be willful. Yeah, no, I don't purposely misunderstand people because it just makes me feel stupid. Sometimes I just misunderstand them because I am. I can't fix that. But yeah, maybe just dump that one. I give myself a B- on that conversation. It was mid. It happens every now and then. I try to bring things up and I'm just like, I explained that perfectly. It was beautiful. Frame it, print it, hang it in the Met. And then other times I'm like, dude, that was the clunkiest, worst possible way with the least relevant examples and the easiest to disprove reference points that you could possibly have said. And then I watch it back and I'm just like, you are at times a terrible orator who should never share his opinion. So it's just the highs and lows of high school football. Someone said, are you not here to start a fight online? I'm here to start a fight online with the right people, not the wrong people. Honestly. Reading chat. Someone said nobody's perfect for real. Nobody's perfect, clearly, because Lord, I be trying. Someone said sometimes we blunder. I know. Someone said you're still streaming. Yeah, don't ask me why I'm still streaming. I think because literally like my last stream or my last week I wasn't able to stream at all. So now I'm trying to say everything that I've been wanting to say. So be kind to yourself. We try. All of this is like practice. Someone said the problem isn't just misunderstanding, it's misunderstanding and assuming the worst. Yeah, that too. Someone said Riverdale reference. I make those casually, sometimes without even realizing, and then I'm like, why are people reacting? Someone said being live is another story. It's hard to be on the spot. Dude, that too. I don't make excuses for celebrities, or at least I try not to. Especially when you have access to media training, and ultimately it's not hard to keep your mouth shut. But as somebody who does quite a bit of extemporaneous, aka off the dome delivery, sometimes I hear a celebrity say something that comes across really badly and they're getting flamed, and I just think to myself, ooh, that's probably just because they were live. That's probably just because they were in an interview format. I don't think this person is actually as stupid or malicious as they sound. Every now and then, maybe 1 out of every 10 conversations that I talk about where a celebrity has said something stupid, I feel sorry for them. And I'm just like, oh, dang. I don't think anybody would have answered that question in a good way if they were in a live scenario, because it's harder to do than people realize, honestly. Someone said some controversies I see are just they didn't word this perfectly, not that they are evil, but no one gives grace to others anymore. Yeah, literally, that's the thing is like, people will hear someone say something in maybe not the best possible way, and then all of the discourse will be like, this person is awful, this person is terrible, and this person has finally revealed themselves to be the evil and awful human that they are. And it's like, well, or they just worded that in the worst possible way because they were trying to answer as quickly as possible. And there's a very high correlation between trying to answer as quickly as possible and wording things in the humanly worst possible way. It's bad, dog. It is bad for sure. It's not good. So someone said it's a tone policing for me in internet discourse. Yeah, the tone policing gets rough, dog. Anyways, someone said, which is why the James Charles thing is crazy, because he wasn't even live. He just chose to post that. So, of course, it was rage bait, right? Exactly. You was not in an interview. You was not on live. You did this on purpose, and you knew how it sounded. There are times when I just can't give you any grace at all. No. Someone said James Charles is absolutely POS. Yeah, he was garbage for that, and he knew that while posting it. That's not the same thing, and you're right to point it out. Someone says some things need no nuance. People will try to extend that grace to the wrong people. I think the thing is, some people will not extend nuance to anyone ever. That's mostly what I'm talking about. I agree that a lot of people do say things that are outright bad, awful, and there's no justification for them. And those people may have defenders who are like, oh, well, actually, and you shouldn't be doing that. But also, I commonly see, maybe in other spaces or from different people, some people never, ever extend the benefit of the doubt to anyone, ever. And it really sucks. It's pretty bad. Reading chat. Someone said, I am a lesbian in Texas, but I live in Dallas, Fort Worth. My girlfriend used to come from Canada and got the impression that Texas was not as homophobic as people say. I have to constantly remind her that Dallas, Fort Worth is blue. Yeah, don't leave y'all's bubble. I grew up in San Antonio, Texas. SATX represent. That's the 210 on period. But San Antonio can be pretty blue as well. Actually, it's a really awesome place. It's a beautiful place. Don't show up to San Antonio, Texas and think to yourself, wow, Texas is so progressive. No, it's not. We're in a bubble. Dallas, Fort Worth, bubble. So yeah, definitely let your girl know, like, oh, no. This isn't Texas. This is micro Texas. This is a niche Texas subreddit. The rest of Reddit is a terrible place. Someone said, I love San Antonio. Good. Right answer. San Antonio is a beautiful place. Someone said, I live in Dallas and I face homophobia all the time. Well, yeah, I mean, San Antonio also still has Texans in it, aka horribly homophobic people and racist and this, that, the other. What I mean is, like, you're more likely to encounter progressive people the closer you get to larger cities, I think, in a lot of places, but especially in Texas. It's crazy. Someone said, what about Austin? Austin's fine too. Yeah, like, Austin largely is fine. San Antonio is mostly okay, is how I feel about Texas. Someone said San Antonio and Austin are 100% blue bubbles. Yeah, no, like, dog, this is not representative of the rest of the state, unfortunately. Someone said parts of LA are sketchy at times. Just people being people, unfortunately. Reading chat. Someone said Houston is more blue to me than Dallas Fort Worth. I'm from there. That makes sense. It's a struggle in a small Texas town. Yeah, the only time I've ever been, like, literally followed, just shadowed by a driver behind me, was me driving through a small Texas town. Very scary and weird, and I got the message, but Lord, that was deeply uncomfortable. Deeply uncomfortable. So bad, dog. Someone said it's all red now thanks to redistricting. Oof, don't remind me of the state of things. I mean, do, because this is an important thing to remind people to vote locally and not just in your national elections, but like, oh Lord. Reading chat. Someone said that's so terrifying. Dude, it was scary. They were literally just following me. I'm sure I've literally told this story, by the way, on stream, but we were meeting a friend. We lived in one place in Texas. They lived in another. And we did not want one person to have to drive 3 hours or for us to have to drive 3 hours. So we picked a small town in Texas that was halfway between the two places that we lived. I won't say what it was called. It doesn't matter at all. And we went to Outback Steakhouse and we had a great meal. It was a great time. And then we each went our separate ways. And when I went my separate way, driving back with a friend, as we drove through a suburb just to get to the highway, some car, and I was driving slowly because it was dark, some car behind me just made every single turn that I made through this suburb, and I had to make multiple to get to the highway. Go in, turn this way. It's following me every single turn. And then we get to the stoplight or the stop sign to where I can turn out of the suburb and finally get onto the highway. And they're behind me. I turn onto the highway and they don't turn onto the highway. They literally must have just turned back around once I got out of their neighborhood. Dude, people are so weird. People are so deeply weird. And like, it leaves me questioning too. I don't even know what it was. Yes, it was me with my black self. I was also with a friend who was transgender. I don't know if they were like, oh, this person's wearing the wrong clothes, or they thought they knew something, or what they thought they saw in my car. But yeah, they really felt the need to follow me through their own neighborhood. Not a gated community or anything. Like, it wasn't somewhere I was supposed to be. Like, your neighborhood is literally on the way to the highway. How else was I going to get out of the town that you clearly don't want me in? So scary. Someone said I'd be so scared. I was disturbed. But you know what the sad thing was? We were literally laughing. We were literally like, dog, there's no way that they're following us. And I was like, are they actually? I was like, I feel like I've seen this car like 3 times. And my friend was like, no, they're literally following us. And we were making jokes. We were like, oh my God, do they have like a MAGA bumper sticker? Like, we had to laugh all the way out of the neighborhood. And then for like the next 5 or 10 minutes on the highway, we were literally just silent. We just said nothing. Dude, so weird. No, bad. Someone said maybe it wasn't because of who you were. There's a chance that they were following my car through their entire neighborhood for no reason, but it felt very pointed. That's all I can say. It felt very pointed and odd. So I feel like I was in a movie. We were literally like, oh my God, we went to a small town in Texas and now it's not funny, but we're like, are we going to get hate crimes? Like, because I think that if we had actually admitted what was happening, we probably would start acting in a way that was more likely for us to wind up drawing unnecessary attention to ourselves. So I'm very glad that we were just very low key about it and just got the heck out of Dodge. So bad. Someone said at least you weren't alone. I was very happy to not be alone and happy I was with my friend, but sad that they experienced this because they were also visiting me. That's why we picked a town in between the two places. They came to Texas. They wanted to hang out with me and also meet our other friend from Texas. And so I was like, just stay with me. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you go to weird places. And I drove this person right into the middle of some weird, whack neighborhood. So yeah, I still feel a little bit of guilt over that as well. But also literally not my fault. Literally not my fault whatsoever. Crazy. Someone said laughing because I'm gonna be honest, I would cry. It happened to me too. Yeah, no, this happens, dog. This happens. Here, I'll give you one more example, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do about today's topic. I don't know what I'm gonna do because I never finished it, and I can't keep streaming indefinitely. But I'm gonna give you one more example. Walking with another friend, right? Just down the street, a truck, a big truck, big pickup truck on lifted wheels. See, you shouldn't like judge or stereotype people by like their race or their gender, but you are allowed to profile people based off of their truck. You can do that. That is okay, and that's not bigotry. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Big old truck on lifted wheels. Yeah, okay, well, these are a lot more lifted than I'm talking about, but I'm literally almost talking about this. Like, almost this, but street legal. Big old truck on some big old wheels. So we hit the button to cross the street at the crosswalk. The sign turned. We were good to go. So we're walking. We pass one car. By the way, it's literally 5 lanes. So we have to pass 5 different cars. We pass one car. Doesn't matter. Pass another car. Doesn't matter. As we walk in front of the people in the big old truck, which is a bunch of like fratty college looking people, they literally accelerate. Not to the point where they were going to hit us, obviously, but just to the point where like I'm in range and then the truck is moving. And I was like, again, like I start running down some calculations in my mind, and I'm just like, my first thought was like, don't stop. I know that sounds crazy. But my first thought was like, these people want me to stop. They want me to stop and act spooked and turn around because they're in this big old truck and they think that they're going to act like they're going to hit me. So I didn't. I just kept walking. And then I turned around and looked at them like they were the spawn of Satan, which obviously achieved nothing because they were all laughing. But I was just like, dude, something said that happened to me and my mom. Yeah, no, like whatever. And I believe you, by the way, whatever your reason is for this, I can't help but assume it has to do with some sort of crazy bigotry. It can't just be for no reason. There's so few things that I would actually chalk up to like me thinking they're racism, even if I don't know. But you acting like you're going to hit me crossing the street, that's crazy, and definitely one of them. And also, you're such a small person in your big old truck, acting like you're going to hit pedestrians because you can. But yeah, if I had stopped and like freaked out, I would have been well within my right to do so. But I was just like, dude, screw this. Screw this. Someone said my audacity as a pedestrian makes me laugh. I do the same thing. Yeah, in general, not a big fan. But yeah, people be bad. People be bad. And that's sort of, that's the moral of the story. It's not a good moral. Anyways, I think I might record offline. Maybe. I can't keep streaming. I can't keep my moderators here and keep this going when I've literally been live for 4 hours and 46 minutes. So I think maybe what I'm going to do is wrap the rest of this Met Gala video up offline, and then from there put up the video later, because this has turned into an experience. And I thought it was just going to be a normal stream. Sorry. That sucks to only get half of a story, but you can literally use your imagination for where the rest of this goes. And I really try not to stream for literally 5 hours at a time because that's way too long, but I like streaming. I miss streaming. Someone said we had so much fun. I had so much fun. Like I love streaming. If I could get away with doing this for longer, I would do it for longer. I really, really, really would. But I can't, because I will burn out and then I won't be able to stream, and that will suck. Someone said we can watch the video. Exactly. Watch the video if you want to find out what happens in our riveting Met Gala discourse. So stupid. So it's a fantastic stream. May you have a blessed day. I miss this. Someone's to stream tomorrow. I want to, but I'm probably gonna not. That way I don't overdo it, even though I would love to stream tomorrow. I want to stream every day, 6 hours a day. Honestly, screw it. Every day, 6 hours a day. Let's go. I want to be a fixture. I want to be a staple. Anyways, thank you, everybody. This was a great stream. 24-hour stream win. Somebody said, don't give me ideas.